So today is about collaboration. It's also about sharpening our pencils in terms of what we do in the philanthropy ecosystem through the panel discussions and workshops that are going to ensue today. So I invite you all to reach out to us throughout the course of the day. But once again, a very warm welcome from Nedbank Private Wealth. We're very honoured to be hosting this event, and we look forward to the discussions that will ensue today. Thank you.
My granddaughter. We should build for her future. Maybe a residential estate. We could leverage the farm. It'll pay itself off easily. And I'll know she's cared for.
If it's on your mind, it's on ours. Partner with a wealth banker that will connect you to structured lending solutions for wealth that supports generations to come.
All right. Thank you. And also today is very much, it's not formal. This is an informal gathering. You guys, we're preaching to the choir here. So if you've got questions, please interrupt me. Don't interrupt the other speakers. I'm very easily interrupted. But keep your questions, and please let's use this as a networking, and just meeting people and chatting and what. This is we're all in the same world here, and it's we just we want to help, and we want you guys to enjoy the day and not sit here and go, I should rather be on the beach or something like that. With that, I will bring up my friend Henk. Henk and I have been, this is what's called an overnight success that's taken 5.5 years. But without Henk, there would be no iZinga, that is for sure. And he's going to tell you the story of how this all got started and where we are and what we're going to be doing and how we're looking for the future. So go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Am I on? The first one, I'm going to tell the story with the people actually that are all key players in the audience. So I'm going to call them out as the story goes. Well, it all started 5 years ago, just the beginning of lockdown in the UK. Well, we live in the UK. And a friend of mine from Cape Town phoned me and said to me, Henk, please help us with fundraising. If this lockdown is going to continue, it's going to be a drama. And I said, I know nothing about fundraising. I know nothing about the NPO sector. I can't do that. I'm not equipped for this. They said, no. But I was very involved with the South African Chamber of Commerce in the UK. And my friend B is here. She was the High Commissioner. Tembe, where are you? There she is. She was our High Commissioner at the time. So we were very involved in the expats and the things there. And I then didn't make much of it. The next morning, another friend of mine phoned me from Johannesburg who said, Henk, please help us. And I went, okay. And he was my client. And then he said to me, it's your skill set. Please help us. You're uniquely positioned to help South Africa. So what did I do? I phoned my friend Tembe. Tembe, I had this conversations. Can you introduce me to a philanthropist? So she introduced me to the Gentleman's Third Generation office in the UK. I was really excited to speak to him. And as we go through the conversation, I said to him, listen, off the bat, I know nothing about fundraising. It's my first call ever. So if I say something wrong, please forgive me. Yeah. And he laughed and he said, fine. And then he said to me, Mr. Swanepoel, we were so proud of your country in 1994. But now 27 then, years later, if I think of South Africa, I think of corruption, state capture, and like you were honest with me, you know nothing about fundraising. Can I be frank with you? I cannot in good faith give 1 pence to a charity in South Africa, not knowing it's going to land up in a Louis Vuitton handbag. Whew, but it means, yeah. Thank you. Very nice to meet you. So it's the laptop. Took my dive out at a Rottweiler pumped and I went for a walk. Who's the first person I phoned? Tembe. So I just had this bizarre conversation. Who regulates this industry? I know nothing about that. And Tembe said to me, it is a problem. It's not there. But about, Joel, how long was that? About 2 years prior to that. Pumela Selesi, she was the head of Brand South Africa. The UK government reached out to Brand South Africa and said, would you please get your expats under control? Okay. There is nothing more ghastly than a South African fresh off the boat. Oh, my canary, julle weet. they have to justify why they have to leave their 4x4s and their big houses and their domestic workers and now live in a small flat in Chatham. Okay, so they slate the country. So we went to all, the campaign was play your part, and Pumela asked me, please come. And so we went to Birmingham and Edinburgh. I met you in Edinburgh, hey, Jill? Yeah. And Jill was, Jill has done, 32 books on the NPO sector. Been around for 40 years. So she runs the SA UK Trust, and she was there looking after the NPO sector. And I went to just say to them, you stand there, and we have a whole thing in all these cities, and you say to the guys, do you want to retire? Do you have family in South Africa? And they go, you're like, you're retired. Yes. You go like, stop slating the country. Man, stop it. Just stop it. You know, your family is there. All the bad mouthing you do, you are damaging the country. All the people that's trying so hard to get investment in can't do that. And I can tell you horror stories. So yeah, during that now, I befriended Jill. So phoned Tembi. Now I'm back in my story. Now this thing is, I don't know, how's this a whole sector that you can't help? Boom, what are you doing? So I phoned Jill. Auntie Jill, I wandered into your enclosure. She goes, what did you up to? I said, man, can I tell you what happened? And I said to Jill, how does this work? Isn't there a booking.com or a trust pilot for charities? Like, how do you discern? Kaf en kore, was je goeie is nie bad. But how do you select? And Jill went, listen, well, we had time, there was lockdown. So she said, let me explain to you. I think it was a 2-hour conversation, Jill, more or less. And I said to her, now, how do you fix this? I mean, I stumbled upon this, but how do you hit this thing? And she said, oh, you need a philanthropist with a personal interest and a lot of patience. And I went, where do you find that? And she said, I don't know. But if you find one, please let me know. I've been looking my whole life. So you're cool. At the same time, South Africa went from analog to digital with the broadcasting such, and I was consulting from a media. I teach myself for many years in media. I only was still puffish. And I was consulting there, and on that consortium was Derek, and we were the only two in London, on that part of that consortium in the UK. And in between, so we started speaking on the Zoom course, and then Derek said between the first and the second lockdown, he's going to come, and I'm in Aylesbury, just 30 miles outside in Buckinghamshire, and he said he's going to visit me, and he wants to see this woods and my dog and everything. So he came, we had lunch, and then we went up to Wendover Woods. We were walking in the woods, and he said to me, so apart from this project that we're working on, what else are you doing? And I said, really doing something, but I forget, because I then phoned Tembi and I said to her, she get me some information. Data is key. Okay. And then Lex still phoned me back, Tembi. He goes, Mr. Swanepoel, he was head of a DTI in the High Commission. Why are you asking about the NPO sector? I said to him, why, Lex? He said, if you asking, there's something coming. I said, there's not something coming. I just want to know. So I had that little bit. It was the second biggest employer that Lex came back with, and there were 240,000 registered NPOs. I nearly died. Okay. The Charities Commission in the UK is the same population, more or less, as South Africa, only got 70,000. Okay. And it's highly regulated. Okay. So you go 240,000, 70,000, that is the problem. And the more you scratch, this thing was just a problem everywhere. It's like an onion. Every time you touch it, it's a problem. And it's the sector that's doing the best work. So you go like, here's the issue. And I then told Derek the story, and we were standing in the woods, and he looked at me and he went, I'm a philanthropist. I blushed blood for it. I said to him, I should have Googled you.
I should have run away then.
Yes. And then Derek stood there and he said to me, but you know what you're talking about, the verification, that's not the big issue. The big issue is the assistance. He said that he's Derek, Derek, I don't know if you know, third generation philanthropist running his late parents' foundation for 25 years.
Yep.
Yeah. And he said to me, and he stood there with his finger and he went, the donor journey works like this, and these are the 5 pillars of iZinga. In the woods, he took his finger and he went, the first one is the donor sits with the money. So they decide, is it early childhood development? Is it donkeys? Okay. Is it whatever it is? Then they go and look, the next levels is look for an NPO that does that. Now, how do you verify that NPO? Okay. And that's the first issue. And then the second one is they need to have impact. That's the third power. If you don't have impact, you're wasting everybody's time. And that is so well regulated in the UK that there was that Naomi Campbell have this, the supermodel from the 80s. It was amazing, a charity, high profile. And she was banned from the Charities Commission because she had manicures and five-star hotels and flew first class on charity.
It's got to look good when she's presenting them. Come on.
Can't do that. It's not regulated. You try that in the UK, you did. Out. Then the next one is the assistance. And this is why we are iZinga Assist in our name. Okay. Because the NPOs is normally a person that saw a need in society. They are not marketing people normally. They're not business people. They want to help. They need help. And there's so much help out there, but it's nowhere in one place. We are going to, I'll tell you, we're going to launch our knowledge information hub very soon. You will not believe the stuff that we've got. That's free of charge. But your ticket to the game is you have to be verified. Okay. And I'll get to that a little bit later. And then the next one is reporting. Derek said we've been tracking it. He normally in November, January, gives out the money.
Yeah, January.
He gives out the money to 40 NPOs here in South Africa. Guess how many of them percentage email back and say, thank you, Mr. Lubner, for the money? Less than 10.
Sure.
And we've been tracking it for 5 years. And then they will phone him later in the year and go, Mr. Lubner.
Maybe they just don't like me. I mean,
oh, no. It's the his. No, here you go.
It's possible.
Well, they'll phone him in like halfway through the year. Say, Mr. Lubner, can we please have some more money? We've got a crisis. And he goes, what did you do with the money I gave you in January? Not a photo, not a thank you. And it's what they don't know what they don't know, a lot of them. And just that thing. So what we've done is we then develop it. So that's the circle that Derek stood there. And then he said to me, do you want to fix this? Anything about the NPO sector? He goes, but I do. And I went, okay. And then the next morning we went home. I phoned Derek the next morning. Listen, were you serious in the woods yesterday afternoon? And he goes, yes, man, have you not started yet?
Yeah.
Then he said, I suggest at the beginning. So what's the first phone call I made? Auntie Jill, I found that the landropist in the woods.
He's run away.
She goes, bother off. But I said, no, I did. Yeah, and then I said to her, okay, we have to fix this. Where do we start? Okay, and it's now a 5-year journey. And we quickly tell you how we have done it. The first problem we had was the verification, the NPOs. Okay, in South Africa, you've got 3 different legal types you can be. Each is governed by a different set of laws. Each got different reporting.
There's a lot of people shaking their heads here.
Yeah. And you won't believe, most of the NPOs, we've got 171 on the platform at the moment, 43 that's verified. A lot of them didn't know what legal entity they were. And because we've got 3 journeys. And where's Mac Roberts, Alvain, Mariki, Cash, our legal partner? They got in 3 years ago, helped us with Ricardo Weingart, our director of legal, to create a grid. There's no fluff in there. It's 20 steps. It's all that you have to do legally. And it takes, some of the people do it in the morning, some take 2 weeks, but there's 20 steps. And that's all you have to do. And there's no wastage in there. It's all stuff that you have to do. And the nice thing is we keep it for you in the cloud. You can access it. And the ones that expires, the platform lets you know your thing is expiring, please get it again. That's the first thing that we do. So there you get 1 star for legal. All your legal stuff is done. You get a star. Okay. 1 star for governance. Guys, governance. Hoe belangrik is governance, Ricardo? It is incredibly important. And then 1 for finance. Then we go to the next bubble, and that's impact. There you get 2 stars, and that's your 5 stars you can get on the platform. Then from there, we now got to the information hub, and that's where ShopRite came in. I don't know if somebody's here from ShopRite yet.
Not yet. What is it?
No. So now we've done that, those 2 bubbles. Now, how do we restore the trust and transparency? with the European donor, so like that gentleman that I spoke to, and the South African NPO. It's nearly impossible. But the key is we made up with ShopRite. And they've got financial services and they've got two systems. The one is a money market account, and they are opening, if you get 4 stars on our platform, they open a money market account for you. It's free of charge. It's the cheapest bank account you can get in South Africa. Sorry, please. And we open a voucher account because some of the South Africans, because our first big prong that we're going to tackle is the million odd South Africans living in the UK.
And they are odd. That's true.
Yeah. They all want to give it £20 or £50. £20 is 500 rand. Okay. Let's go for them. Just go, your heart's at home, give 20, I can track it for you. No. And tell you, and then you can give more, and you can select. But let's just start somewhere. So a lot of them said, I am not comfortable giving £20, but I will give a voucher that they can go and buy stuff. And we said and ShopRite said, right. So you get 4 stars on the platform. We open a money market account for you at ShopRite, where cash go, but there's some limitations. We have to do source of funds, and South Africa landed on the grey listing, so it's complicated. Okay, no cash. You cannot draw cash out of that account. Okay, not ever. Not going to happen. Out of this ShopRite account, and then we give you a voucher account as well. And then what we do from there, we track it. So say, for instance, you want to give £20 to save the donkeys in Kurumat. Okay. Now, you sit in the underground, you scan the QR code, you go, I'll give them 20 quid, send it through. We track it all the way down into the ShopRite money market account. As soon as that £20 have been spent, we send the platform pings the NPO and say, hey, and all of you here, if you get pings when this is all up and running, please, quickly as you can, send a photo and a one-liner, happy smiling donkey trough. No. And then the platform sends that back. That person sits on his phone when he goes on, ping, you've got a thing, a happy smiling donkey, and then this is where the trick comes in, okay? Do you want to give again? Do you want to increase it? Do you want to repeat the donation? And that's where the trick is going to come in. So we need your help. When they say to you, yes, £20, don't sneer at the £20. Just immediately respond, because that's the loop. And if we can get that loop, we must get that loop going. Yep. And that's going to do. And I think that's more or less, okay, let me just tell you what's our rollout. We're going to launch today just with we've got 4 journeys that we had to develop. That's a lot of work. First was the NPO journey that you all know, that you go in and you upload your documents. Then we've got the reviewers journey with McRoberts attorneys that we check the stuff, those 2 works. We finished the donor journey and the donation journey, but we're still testing. There's so many moving parts. So that's ready. But what we're going to do, we launch today with the 2 journeys, the NPO and the reviewers journey. So let everybody get on. We've got 171 on the platform now, 43 that's finished. Well done to you. Yeah, well done. Well done. Then in about a month's time, we're going to launch, once we've got everything checked and we see that the systems from Investec to Payfast to, they all speak to each other, okay, and it works. And ShopRite, we're going to launch that, and we'll speak to Trish. Thanks, our launch partner for Prime Media. Thank you very much. We're going to ask them, then we're going to do a push here and test it, the platform and the system in the South African market. We want to see how the people react to it. It's a world first market we've got, the first platform that we've done. And to give you an idea, when we went to 12 banks in the UK, they didn't want to open bank accounts for us, because they don't have a model to compare us with. And the moment they hear we're moving money to a grey listed country, they go pale, bad. Pale. Now you can ask Eric. I've wasted years just dealing with banks. Okay.
They go pale.
So, and once we've got everything running here, we're going to let it run for about 3-4 months in South Africa, just to let it wobble and see that it settles. And then we're going to launch in the UK, okay? Because we've got one shot at the UK market with the platform. One shot. It's a sophisticated online market. If something goes wrong, we're dead in the water, So that's what we're going to do. And then in January, I don't feel, maybe December, we're going to launch the Knowledge Information Hub. That is going to be amazing. There is so much amazing stuff there. There are templates, like Roberts gave us templates, like for you from basic legal contracts that you can use as a basis. There are free licenses for software. There are training. There is, you cannot, people are just throwing stuff at us. And of course, there's nowhere, one spot for everybody can give. Everybody wants to help, but they don't know how. So we saying to them, oi, we're doing it in there. Because you have to go through the steps before you can get to the knowledge hub. Yeah, and that's sort of our rollout. Did I forget something?
Yeah, you did. No, it isn't. But just to say, we're not a fundraising platform, so we get asked that a lot.
Please.
So we're not a backer buddy, we're not a give and gain, we're none of those things. We also don't compete. We're not competing with other platforms. If there's, we all know the sector. There's lots of people doing lots of good stuff. Our aim in life is to collaborate and to partner and to work with people and work with organizations across the board. Yeah. We are not, this sector, as you know, is massive. We will never, ever, I'll be, dead for about 400 years if, by the time we get every NPO on the platform. So we're not after numbers. We're not looking to load 200,000 NPOs. That's not going to happen. What we are trying to do is to make sure the NPOs, you guys out there, that are sustainable, fundable, and are going to continue to grow and are attractive to donors. So a lot are going to fall by the wayside. That, again, it's not our problem. We are focused on quality, on NPOs that are sustainable, frankly. I mean, that's pretty much, from a donor point of view, donors are looking to NPOs that are going to carry on growing, that are going to scale to the point that they can, and all that, and provide impact and all the stuff we've talked about. So please, this is a huge thing for us. We are not here to replace other fantastic organizations, which ones they are. We're not here to replace, if you've got donors that are giving you directly through SnapScan and, whatever, all the different ways that they donate, fantastic. We're not here to replace that. We're here to enhance and to make, the thing for me is a lot of donors that I talk to tend to give to the same NPOs over and over again. You've cultivated those relationships over years. Fantastic. We don't want to replace, we're not looking to replace that. But what we are saying is that there are far more NPOs that you don't know about that you may be attracted to. And that's kind of, we're opening that up to hopefully to donors to see that. Sorry, go.
Yeah, very important as well. Very close to my heart is to see how many of the NPOs we can make into social enterprises.
Yeah, correct.
For me, I'm an entrepreneur. I love this sort of thing. So there's a Swiss foundation that said to us, they want to have a look, and we're going to have a little filter process to have a look at the ones that sort of like qualifies. We're going to hand them to them, and then the Swiss foundation is going to look at them. So there's all these interesting stuff that comes to well, but very important, guys. We're really not a fundraising platform. And if somebody ever says to you, we're a verification, that's the most important thing. And as we go to other countries, because we realized quickly, Derek and I, that it's not just South Africa, unique to South Africa, it's all sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah. And then as we started speaking to the United Nations and to some of the other people, they say to us, but it's South America and Southeast Asia as well. So we've got people everywhere. So we designed the platform that it's modular. We can go anywhere, it's configurable. So we're going to try and go to different countries and use that. But verification is the big thing. And the knowledge hub, that's the other thing. The donations is really down the line. That's not, the verification is the thing that's missing internationally.
Yeah,
that badge, when you've done your verification, put the badge on your website now, because that's a unique badge for your NPO, valid for that year. Nobody can steal it. Nobody can copy it. We've had a program like that to give that absolute seal of approval.
Yeah, just one last point and then I'll shut up. We are neutral. We're a neutral between the donor and the NPO environment. So we're not political. We're not going to, we're not involved with government at this stage, although the DSD, I have a feeling, will come knocking on our door at some point. But for now, we really we're neutral. We will not obviously condone weird funding from weird people. That's not going to happen. But we cannot get we can't tell a donor who to give to. All we can do is provide the choice on the platform, and the donor will make the choice. So we are neutral in this game. We are not party affiliated, government affiliated, none of that stuff, and we will stay that way as long as we can. Yep.
And just one thing, the only entity we don't allow on the platform are political parties.
Yeah, correct.
We have more decisions. All open, no, it doesn't. It can't be anybody else. We are most welcome to come and go through the process.
Correct.
Also, the other thing, just people ask us, we don't charge a NPO anything to be on the platform. All that I ask you to onboard and to get to the Knowledge Hub is a little bit of your time. So upload your stuff, take the time, get your documents ready, and go through the process. What we will do is to fund some of our costs. All the donations that we get in, we're going to retain 5% of that just to pay our platform fees and all the costs, because the banks.
Everybody.
Now I'll do like a little snippity snip. So
They have to make a living as well.
we have to make a living. So we retain 5%.
Yeah.
Okay. But to use it and to go on and to get to the Knowledge Hub, that's always for free, because we never want to have an NPO that's a Gogo's Kitchen and Kailic are saying, but I didn't have 50 pounds or 50 rand or 100 rand to do that. So that's the only thing. And we've also kept the technology. It doesn't eat a lot of your data. Okay.
Yeah. How are we on time? Are we?
I think it was. Any questions?
Yeah. Let's have some
Can I ask a question?
of yours.
In terms of that concept of the donor sitting on the tube saying, oh, I want to support the donkeys, and the reply coming back, do you have an opportunity where because one of the things I'm noticing a lot more of influencers in social media, guess what I did today? I saved a donkey.
Right.
Is there a share component? Thank you. Sorry, a share component that allows for that person then on the tube to go, oh, guys, I've just spent £20 saving a donkey.
100%. Yeah.
Very easy.
Yeah. For sure.
Definitely put that in there.
Because that's a very
Yeah,
clever-
No, 100%.
You got
Spend cycle.
that little thing always share. So we'll have that and connect it.
Lovely. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
no, for
Well
sure.
done, guys.
But just on that, that's jury's out of how we're going to do that and all that. Because in the UK, there are apps where you can, go on and donate. They're competitors to us, if you like. What we're targeting is the South Africans living in London. We're not going to, your average Brit's not really going to be interested, I don't think. So it's, jury's out on that, how we're going to do that and all that. But yeah, 100%.
Trial and error. And also, please, this is a world first that we do.
Yeah, if you've got any advice, tell us.
Our
Please.
best we
Yeah,
go.
yeah, exactly.
So
how can you tell?
Please. So please give us feedback, give us suggestions. Just email Derek and I go, or give us a ring and say,
Yeah,
what
100%.
this? And a lot of those sort of calls have shaped it over the years.
Correct.
Just not me and Derek and Jill. It's a lot of people. It's a whole team that said, but have you thought of this? Have you thought of that?
Yeah.
Remember, we're creating it here. There's nothing. We are creating something brand new.
All right. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Margaret.
Hello.
You're done, guys. Okay, my question is, okay, so you've said no political party, but I am interested in...
No problem.
No problem. We're agnostic. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just no politics.
All 3,000 religions are welcome on our platform.
Because I can tell you, we will lose all our things in the UK for the financial regulator will close us down if we touch political parties anywhere.
Yeah. But religion, we have faith-based NGOs on already.
Lots,
100%.
all over.
Yeah. No
Okay.
problem.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've got mics there, so it's just wait for the mic. All right.
Can I?
All right.
No, sorry.
Yeah, go.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity.
No problem.
Something that's very important for us is the issuing of 18As with South Africa for donors. So will this platform eventually, I know it's not called 18As overseas, but will that option be available eventually?
Yes,
Okay,
definitely.
great. Thank you.
Hello.
That's great.
morning, Derek. Morning, Henk. I'm over here in case you can't see me.
Oh, there. Okay, good. Sorry, this light's very bright.
No worries. Felix Spies from Siafunda. I literally arrived from Kuruman yesterday, so I'll take those 20.
How you'd like the donkey saying?
No, we'll take it to the Moffat mission. We'll go save the donkeys. So I can't believe that.
Did you arrive on the donkey?
Yeah, he's outside. I just in that ticket for the donkey. Much appreciated.
You see, save the donkeys, Kuruvar.
As well.
We said the whole time in London, save the donkeys, Kuruvar.
We got you. I wanted to, just out of curiosity, two things. The one's going to be easy and the next one a bit more tricky. First one, out of the 171 and the 43 that have now got 5-star, geographically, are they concentrated in Cape Town or do you see them
No, they're all
over the spread over South Africa?
Right now, for my speech later, but I think about 56% are Western Cape. But that's mainly because a lot of them are from MAID, the NGO, the foundation that I've been running, that were mostly Cape Town based because I lived here. So, but we got NGOs from every province, and we're hoping to make that spread widely. Absolutely.
So to be launching today, and thanks to Trish and Prime Media, we're going to get the word out. So I think it's going to change. At the moment, it was only friends and families and by invitation only. All of you knew somebody that was involved in iZinga. That's why you're here. But now from today and tomorrow, it's out to the public and you can register off our website. So I think that's going to change. But we have quite a spread, funny enough, all the provinces so far.
Okay, thank you so much. The second quick question is, I recently completed a thesis looking at exactly this, but exploring donor perceptions on trust. And if we look at the UK, verification agencies, the research doesn't necessarily say build trust. Are you looking at academia to learn from those lessons? Because as you rightly say, in South Africa, we don't have anything like this. And will donors actually respond positively? Just because you've ticked the boxes doesn't mean that there's trust.
I don't know, tell me.
Happy to do the research.
What's the answer? I don't know. No, you're right. It's a very good question. It's a very good question. I mean, we gambling on the fact that South Africans living in the UK have their head in the UK and their wallet in the UK, but their heart's in South Africa. So we try to connect their heart to their wallet, basically. But yeah, you're right. I mean,
No, the people that we've been speaking to over the last 5 years, and people ask you, what do you do? And we go to a lot of the UK network trusts. Do you want to maybe answer that, Jill? Do you want to give it a bash?
Me?
Yeah.
No, Jill.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Working. Well, firstly, Felix, well done. Can we have a sort of rule today? We don't do rules, but whatever a lower version is. Let's get your name.
Yeah, where are you from?
Where are you from?
Yeah.
Because the networking is also incredible.
Yeah, correct.
I think trust is imperative. And one of the resistance, I mean, the whole issue, we don't trust what's going on in South Africa because there's corruption. So I think trust is a critical issue. I think one of the things we're enabling is trust. So yes, trust's up there.
But trust takes, trust in anything. I mean, trust takes time. So for the minute, what we're hoping is that feedback loop, the minute that is completed, that somebody gets a message back, thank you so much for your donation, etc., that builds a trust. But it's a great question.
Like the people that we've spoken to, we've been to a lot of events and stuff, and networking with the expats. When we tell them what we're doing, they go like, wow, I'll try £20 because £20 is not going to kill you. If it doesn't work. Yeah. But once the 20 works, maybe at the end of the month, you'll say, well, I'll give 100. And then that's 2,500 rand. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
correct.
And then suddenly you tell your friends at the braai, there's rugby, and you see all the safas with the rugby t-shirts and then that's how it's going to.
Yeah, exactly. I think we need to press on. Okay.
Anybody else?
Oh yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Latifa Jacobs.
Where are you?
How they?
Oh, there. Okay. Thank you.
So my question goes around protecting the beneficiary. So you mentioned about loading a picture, and I'm asking, and I'm interested in wanting to know, how are you planning to regulate photos that are being loaded?
Good question.
We've got...
Because...
Ricardo, do you maybe want to take that?
Because Jill just mentioned about trust.
Sure.
We want to strengthen the trust between donor and obviously the organization. Mm-hmm. But we want to keep the trust between the beneficiary
100%.
And not exploit them.
100%.
So thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
Can our head of legal is here. Thank you.
So that's a very important question in terms of personal information. In fact, in the whole journey that Derek spoke about, I think part of the pilot phase was actually to look at the whole issue of information as well. We're going to talk about it later on. Three key themes: risk, information, and compliance. And so that issue of personal information is quite central. It's part of our terms and conditions. We've gone through quite a process in terms of deciding what kind of information we want organizations to upload on the platform, in terms of our own processes, because we were saying we don't want, in fact, it's a principle in terms of POPIA that you don't request information that you don't need, right? So just one example, we don't ask for board minutes because we realize there's a lot of personal, sensitive information in that kind of, minutes. So we don't ask for that. And we've been through a process where we've debated a lot of these issues. And sometimes, the hard questions come up, but fortunately we've debated these issues, including personal information. In fact, part of what we ask organizations is whether you've got, whether there's compliance in terms of POPIA, right? So we don't want pictures of children to be uploaded unless there's compliance. Now, we don't want that, right? We don't ask for that in terms of our requirements, but part of the assistance process is also to raise awareness on the part of organizations to say, you need to be more circumspect when you deal with personal information. It relates to the question of trust that was raised now. Now, I can't go into it in much detail now in terms of that response, but definitely it's part of the panel discussion, and it's definitely an item on our agenda because, and this as an organization that I've uploaded the information, we actually ask you, is there compliance in terms of POPIA? Is that if you recall that, right?
Yeah.
The reality is a lot of organizations are saying yes, but we're not quite sure if that is completely accurate. Part of our assistance strategy is actually to build capacity and to raise awareness precisely of that because of that question.
They will be
Thank you so much for that.
Thanks, O'Connor.
All right, one more. And we must then.
Oh, is there another one? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you've been had your hand up all the time, waving it around. Yeah, exactly. Can we bring the mic there? Over here in the front.
Thanks. I'm Kathy from the Bible Institute of South Africa. Now, we don't breed donkeys, but we do train men to preach to them. My question is, this verification process is like a gift from heaven. I'm sure you all agree. Amen. It's absolutely wonderful. So, whereas we can be verified by your organization, how can we help you?
And has become a central pillar of
Tell
That's very
everybody.
Yeah.
Tell everybody.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Listen, we've survived on word of mouth up to now. We haven't, as you know, this has been, hasn't been publicly launched, hence today. So we've been quite circumspect on. We wanted to make sure the platform was ready before we opened it up to the public. So absolutely, word of mouth is, for us, word of mouth. Listen, we cannot market this widely. I mean, we just can't. It's not possible. So word of mouth, social media, all this sort of stuff. So if you have people that, you have, if you want to introduce, absolutely, they'll go onto the site and log on and all that. I'm just, how are we on time? We okay on time? Clara? We good? Does anybody need a bathroom break? You all good?
Was there another questions?
No. There's one at the back. One at the back. A last one, I think, and then we must move on. Sorry. Just hold your question. If you don't answer it now, you'll get a chance. Don't worry. We'll make sure we get it and then ignore it.
Good morning, Henk and Derek. Thank you so much for this platform. It's really incredible. My name is Monica Edwards, and I'm from Mamelani Projects. What I would like to know is if there is any intention or possibility to connect nonprofits with service providers. I think as nonprofits, we sometimes need whether it's a web designer or an HR person or just someone in finance, and we're often looking for excellent.
100%.
We are.
Is that? Are you a plant?
Can I predict?
That's a great question.
The project we've been through, Jill very kindly has hand selected. We start with the information hub with 15 service providers. That's been handpicked by Jill. She actually had a call with each and every one of them to say that you are the best in your category to be there. Then they also do a 15-minute little TED Talk video on their topic that as service provider to give the NPO some information, like say marketing for dummies, that little thing that enough information to get going. But they also, and this is thank you, Joel, for negotiating that.
Absolutely.
Gave a discounted iZinga rate that you can then book the consultant from our website as well.
Yeah.
From them.
So
Incredible news.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
That took also a lot of your.
Again, part of the challenge is to get what you're showing to an audience that is now, I hate to use this first world, third world, developing world kind of stuff, but people in the UK are, I think I saw a statistic, something like before you even get from your house to your office, you've seen 70 images from different brands and different. I mean, it's just, it's just crazy there. So to get mind share and to get somebody to focus on this, we need the best. And there'll be website templates, how to take photos properly, how to take videos properly, how to do social media, that kind of stuff. That's what we are. Yeah. All right.
Any other questions?
No. I think we got to move on. We got to move on.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And thank you to 171 organizations that trusted us. As Derek said, right, we get going. The organizations and his make an immediate difference. That
was good.
And I
it's good.
the word
Was it told?
And you trusted us.
All right, boys.
So well done. So yes, just spread the word, because with Bob in the beginning, you sort of say, we have this idea. We're not too sure this might change, that might change, but it's been fantastic to get to this place, really just on some people trusting us. And I did a quick calculation when Henk was talking. £50 in the UK at today's rate, plus gift aid, where the British government adds 25% on top of a donation made by individual, not a company, not a trust, an individual British taxpayer. It's actually at today's rate 1,500 rand. So it really does add up. So our panel is, we can't not get donors and non-profits into a room without asking donors' opinions. And as you know, we've got a wonderful team. I'm going to start with Tracy Miller, who doubles as our host and also head of advice and philanthropy with Nedbank Private Wealth. And what I've asked our panel to do is just very briefly give you a little few tips from their perspective on essentially what guides them, just a few tips, and then we're going to do the thing that panels are aimed at, and that's to have questions. So let's just ask everybody to just hold your questions. In other words, we're just going to ask everybody. So we'll start with you, Tracy.
So just from our side, and I think just to clarify, so when I sit here as a donor, I'm sitting here representing Nedbank. So from a Nedbank perspective, I think it is important to just recognize that we do have CSI initiatives, as an example, the Nedbank Foundation. But also importantly, we help guide individual philanthropists. So through our trust division, we have trusts that are established by individuals. And it's important to just recognize that, because we're actually representing those individuals. And what's really encouraging is a lot of those individuals have set up a legacy. So those structures were actually established in terms of their will. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is because when you are dealing with big organizations such as Nedbank, I think it is important, number one, to understand who are you applying for funding from, and is there a match between your objective as a non-profit organization and that source, that donor's objectives as well. So we receive hundreds and hundreds of applications for some of our trusts that we have established, but often the objectives are not aligned. So, and you may be asking, well, how do you ensure that your objectives are aligned? And that's where I think events such as today are so critically important. The networking is so important. I was actually chatting to the lady that runs our charitable team the other day, and I said, from our perspective, what can we do more to help and assist non-profit organizations. So what we are going to do is through our website, we I think just finally, I think what's also important though is once you've established that match,
Fantastic.
is to make sure that you follow the correct application process and you highlight the fact that you've determined that there is actually that match, because that will assist the recipient that's reviewing hundreds and hundreds of applications to tick the first box. Yes,
Fantastic.
there's a match in terms of objectives.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I've worked with your company over so many years, I understand that some of the trusts, what the trusts can do, is written into their constitutions. No matter what, your team cannot change it. So thanks for pointing that out. Trish Taylor is CEO of Prime Media Cares. I love that. So yes, let's hear from your perspective.
So obviously, I'm not sure if you're all familiar with Prime Media, but we own a bunch of radio stations, billboard companies, TV platforms. And I think for us, it's primarily, our greatest currency is media. And so it's, what we look for is when we get approached, certainly for our flagship programs, it's not once-off interviews, but for our flagship programs, we look at, as a result of us bringing literally millions of rands worth of media on board and exposing an NGO to, millions of people, how can we shift the needle? And there are certain initiatives where, it doesn't matter how much media we bring, we're not going to be able to shift the needle. So we use that as an acid test, and we really ask the NPO to help us ascertain, as a result of media, how we're going to shift that. Linking on to Tracy's point as well around alignment, because all of our brands, certainly our radio brands, so what will suit a 702 as an example will be quite different to a 947. And so we look for that brand alignment, and to your point, it's really important that the NPO makes that link as well. And then I think finally, it really is about storytelling. I think Dr. Klope later on is going to be speaking about this, but if you think about running a program on a radio station like 702 or KFM, for us to market that over like whatever a 2-year period, we have to be telling compelling stories, real stories, inspirational stories, funny stories, educational stories. And so it really is a case of, how do we keep our audiences entertained? How do we keep them engaged? And, the NPO is best placed to help us unpack a whole variety of stories. Sorry, I will mention one other thing, and that is something that came up is trust. And we've done research, and people trust their radio stations and their presenters more than they trust politicians and newsmates. And look, the bar is a bit low. So, but the point is that when we go on air and we ask for something, people will respond instantly because they trust John Mathan. And so we take that trust very seriously between ourselves and our audiences. So it really is a case of, us building that trust relationship with the NPO, and, really engaging in a long-term journey of assistance and impact.
Thank you so much. Yes, I was just sort of having a smile. I can't see with the light that Melanie Jackson is here somewhere. And she and I have done so much training together, often co-presenting. And so many times we've been teaching a group before COVID, when we had real people in real rooms. And we would be talking about marketing nonprofits. And the question we would get repeatedly is that, I won't fill in, I'll give you a sort of gentle version. The terrible, horrible, whatever media, we send them stuff and they don't use it. And we even go to the hassle of getting a big check. Now, I'm sorry, guys, a check handover, even if it's a giant check, that is not news. And what did Mel, who brings a journalism background, and we make ourselves unpopular by taking the side of the media and saying, I promise you, if you get them something interesting,
a story, they will use it. So just the fact that blah, blah, blah has happened and it's tedious, they're not going to use it. Yep. So, which is what they don't want to hear. So thank you for what you're saying. So I'm just absolutely delighted to have Sandra and Renia here from DG Murray Trust, Chief Operating Officer for DG Murray Trust, because if we're talking corporates, we also have one of the most generous, largest, best known, appreciated donor trusts in our country. So Sandra, just a couple of top of mind tips.
Oh, wow. No pressure. Thanks so much. Thanks very much. So, the DG Murray Trust has been a foundation in South Africa for a very long time. And we fund hundreds of organizations, often have 300 active grantees across the country at any one time. So as you can imagine, we've seen every kind of application, every kind of pitch, every kind of whatever. And a lot of it is trial and error. So where we've gone the journey of having these kind of very complex application forms to try and whittle down the information that we get to specifics. And, you do that for a few years and then you realize actually what we're doing is narrowing the window for people to be able to tell their story. So we make the application form much more broad. Now we're getting too much information and not specific information. So for me, the three things that, and I will be very honest and say our CEO and deputy CEO would speak much more in the vein of the strategy, but I always look at it from the operational perspective of an application that we see. And the 3 pointers for me would be, the first one is just that problem analysis. There's a huge overwhelm given the scale of the problems that we're all trying to address. Nobody in the sector is dealing with a small issue. They are big issues. You talk about early childhood development. There is so much, so many lenses. So when people are putting together their applications, there's a lot of overwhelm of the problem analysis. But the key thing we want to see from an organization is, what problem are you solving? You specifically in your realm of the world you're trying to influence. That may seem small, that may seem minor, but being able to get to that nugget is what we're looking for, because where our innovation managers end up spending a lot of time is trying to whittle down that story. And that's what it takes 3 to 6 months to get a grant approved. Because we get this big story, they have to sit down and take it apart and work through it. Okay, where do you sit? What do you bring? What do you do? Because the reality again is, don't oversell yourself or the impact that you bring. Because as unpopular as it might be, for a lot of people, because of the nature of the space, you aren't actually unique. There is somebody next door doing exactly the same thing. So someone who comes forth and say, I am solving early childhood development, just like, okay, you and 300 other people. So how do we decide who to support? So what are you achieving? So that impact really, you have to say causation and correlation. What are you able to show? And be honest about what you're not. Because we're not expecting people to solve the big problem. It's too big. Tell us the bit you are addressing. That is the thing we want to see. So that would be the first thing, is that problem analysis, that synthesis of story, the synthesis of what you're doing is really key. The second thing, which is more from the operational side, is where we find projects starting to fall apart when it comes to funding and their funding journey, and where they really start to struggle and start showing impact and spend ultimately, is people get cute with their overhead expenses. And by that, I mean, don't undersell how much it costs to do what you're doing. Because people really want to make sure they get the funding that they need to implement. And as donors, we're very guilty of, we want to see that every cent is going to the program. I will totally own that side of the fence. But what then happens is people really paint themselves into a corner because they've not really truly factored in to say, to run this initiative, this is what it costs. Whether that's in your overheads, whether that's in your monitoring and evaluation, put it out there. We can then discuss it. And certainly as DGMT, we really see ourselves as a strategic investor and a public innovator more than we see ourselves just as a grant maker. We're not in the business of writing checks because we want to work with our implementing partners. But to do that, we have to have an understanding of the whole story. So for me, that's really fundamental, is to say, really understand what does it cost to do what you do? Because the journey of so many organizations down the line is that they've narrowed themselves to get whatever little money they could get their hands on, but then they really strain their ability to survive operationally. Absolutely. And sometimes that then comes to a head when it's often very difficult for donors to step in and help. So those would be my tips.
Thank you so much, especially your last part about recognizing that projects can't run in isolation. I commend you at the DG Murray Trust, and I just wish more donors could get that, because generally they hear we will not give more than 10% of a project cost towards a project or the program, and hence, as you say, so well that's heartening. Let's hope you're leading a trend. But thank you so much. Our fourth panelist is Tina Mason. We thought we'd have Tina, who comes from the Greenlight Project and essentially helps nonprofits with their impact. But she's got the coolest title, Operations Maestro. Don't you love that? So a few tips from your side, on the other side of the desk, as it were, working with some organizations.
Thank you. I'm going to speak from my mixed experience. One is as a Greenlight customer, and I work for Greenlight, but I was a Greenlight customer. They measured the project I was working on previously in my previous life as an implementing partner, and how I used that in my experience of raising funds and working extensively over a 6-year period with a range of funders. So the first assumption is that you have done exactly as the panel has suggested here and found a match between you and your funder. Okay, so I'm speaking to the fact that you have found a match and that this is a relationship that could move forward. There's a collaborating relationship. The first thing I want to bring to this dialogue is a change in language. So when you talk about a for-profit organization, it's very clear about what their bottom line is. And so language is so important in this space. So for us now at the Greenlight, we talk about for-impact organizations, because that immediately evidences what you are about. You are about social impact. And things like return on investment and ROI, a comparison between what it costs to deliver that impact, now becomes surfaced much more than using the language of not for, non-profit. So we talk now purely to for impact. I've got 2 points, and underneath those 2 points, I've got 3 little bullet points. So the first thing is to manage your funder, your partner, your collaborating funder, as though they were a key account manager, the most important key account manager in your business, your organization. Go back to your business experience, go back to your commercial experience, and understand that this is who they are in your life and that you have contracted with them. There's a transactional relationship here that needs to be respected. The 3 pointers under that is the first one. Do what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it, and don't moan about it. You have contracted with the organization. If they require 100% evidence, you have agreed to 100% evidence. Provide the 100% evidence. Use your funder to build grit and resilience in your operational side of your organization based on their requirements. Your job at the start here is to build trust with your funder. And the reason you're doing that is to bring their anxiety down. Sure. They have made a financial investment in your organization, and the only thing they have to go on is your behavior. So do what you say you're going to do. Come hell or high water, on time, in time, every time, and build that kind of discipline into the business. The second point is take initiative. I really did this in my previous life. I took complete initiative. I took minutes at every meeting, and I made sure that I brought the organizations closer together within reason. So I made sure that as the operations person, my relationship with the operations person, the finance person, the CEO, so that you bring the organizations collaboratively together. And then the third point around trust and earning trust, because this is what you're doing, you're earning trust, is communication. So on a Tuesday, massively unexpected, you will be blindsided by something which will totally impact your project. And your job is then to communicate as quickly as possible with your funding partner and put a plan in place to mitigate that particular issue as far as possible. So the first part for me, which had tremendous positive impact, was working in a rigorous, rhythmical, intentional fashion to build trust with my partners. The second one is largely about beginning with the end in mind. And this is about how are you, as an organization in a very tight funding market, going to differentiate yourself? And having an understanding of how you're going to differentiate yourself and the way you're going to differentiate yourself is really important. I've always asked the question, in what way have you earned the right to ask for repeat funding or to ask for a funding referral? And the only way you will have earned that right is, one, if you have a good relationship, but two, if you can evidence impact. And you have to find a tool to evidence impact and show that you are moving the dial. Secondly, to tell a story, you have to actually find a way to build a case study. Think about starting and ending with a case study that talks to what their funding has been utilized for, humanize the process. And then lastly, the third point is it's our job, your job, to educate the funders about your implementing world, what's happening at the level of the beneficiary. So take time to do that. Utilize insights, utilize learnings, find a way to surface the information. Funders want to learn. And the more you evidence what is actually happening in the implementation world, the more funders can make strategic decisions and can be informed and can learn and become more focused. And then spend a little bit of time understanding your funders' process and pain points. They are under as much pressure often as we are. And so being empathic and understanding what their process is helps inform your own behavior so everything stays on track. And that's my 2 cents.
Very good.
New. And I thought I'd just add, just from a slightly different angle, I assist 2 different UK donor trusts who fund into South Africa. I think that's probably why they've asked me, to help to sift through the applications they receive. Now, one of them has an actual application form and the other requires a proposal with a word limit. And what I find so interesting is that we get allocated some of these to look through with a bit of a checklist and, obviously deep understanding about what each one gives and what they don't give to, and all the obvious stuff. But what has stood out for me in discussing this with the 2 completely separate donor trusts, the 2 no-nos are the following. I thought would be just quickly useful to share. They're not against the use of AI in assisting in developing the documents. It's anybody who's against AI today. Well, I'm sorry. Have you heard of a Luddites? But where people are going wrong, and I'm seeing this in some of the documents that I'm reading, is to simply use AI, copy paste. That's it, done. Not the giveaway, not the dead giveaway. At the bottom there's conclusion. I mean, boys, and some of the tone, the feel. I'm sure you've got a better word for it. The voice. That's not yours. That's what ChatGPT or I'm currently in love with Grok or whatever has scraped off the net. So use it for speed, but make it your own. And how this assessment process works is some of us working independently allocate some points. One interesting works out of 5 and the other one works out of 10. And there's a little place we can get some comments. And I'm seeing this over and over. Obviously done by AI. So, not by AI. With AI is fine. being, so it's a bit negative. And I've learned this fascinating from these two groups, two separate donor trusts. I don't think they ever talk to each other, of the overuse of bullet points considered lazy. It's so much easier to just zap a few bullet points. It's considered very lazy. And I'm talking about the UK people, so it's so much easier to just let's do excessive use of bullet points is viewed as being lazy, which it may not have been. But so I just thought I'd share that because I just found that quite interesting, particularly hearing the feedback. So we all work separately and then we have a little session together. So I just thought these were two highlighted things. I mean, bullets are great to me. They break up the eye on very boring paper. Or a screen these days. But excessive use of bullets considered lazy. So just thought I'd share. Right, this is your time. We've got mics in the audience. I thought I'd kick off with quite a hard one, but whoever would like to. What impresses you about NPOs? Let's talk to our three donors. Just something that jumps out that impresses you about NPOs. And then I thought I'd just get the questions going because I'm sure there are lots of questions. Yeah. So who'd like to... Let's go.
Yeah, I can tackle that. Yeah, it's rough out there. I think it's hard work. It's unrelenting. There's never going to be sufficient resources. But for all I can say about, tell us all you're over, you still have to rein it in and do a lot with a little. So for me, it's I think that's just the thing of the tenacity of the sector. And especially if you look at the situation at the beginning of this year and the last couple of months specifically, that's what always impresses me. I think when we have to decline a lot of applications, we can't fund everybody, but it's certainly never because there's any doubt about the mission and commitment of the work that the people are doing. And I think that's something that is fundamentally and continuously impressive.
For that, we all know fundraising is not 9 to 5. No. So thank you. Okay, questions, guys. Oh, I see one already.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Charles Gray. I'm the fundraising manager at the Peninsula School Feeding Association. It's not really a question, it's just a comment. I've been raising funds for over 36 years, working for various organizations, and I see Trish Taylor sitting there. And we go back many years in the Durban days when she was managing director at East Coast Radio. But my comment here with media, it's a very powerful tool to raise money with. Don't underestimate the media. And a few examples was, I worked for a hospital there. And I got 5 minutes on Mnet Cares. Peter Ndoro was the program manager then, or producer. That 5 minutes brought on 2 major corporate donors. Millions of rand came into that hospital, thanks to 5 minutes on Mnet Cares. Another very big event happened just a few years ago, which was on Prime Media KFM. We raised 20 million rand in 12 hours on a radiothon. It was history in the making. And I must say, Prime Media is an amazing company. We have a great partnership with them. They've brought on a lot of donors to our organization through the publicity that they give us. If no one knows about you, no one's going to give us. So a big thank you to the media, and Prime Media in particular. Thank you.
Very good.
Sure. Thank you so much, Charles. It's wonderful to share. I see a hand. I can't see the hand very well. Will you manage that?
Thank you so much. My name is Vanessa. I'm with the Sustainability Institute just outside of Stellenbosch. I wanted to know from potentially, I think, Trish and maybe Tracy specifically, we often hear about being careful of mission drift, ensuring that you're not trying to match your objectives to donors just because that's the way of getting funding. And I'm curious, how much do you see in the donor world of funders, donors, high net worth individuals doing the research on the ground to match their objectives before starting their funds or their
good question.
Their initiatives of matching it to what the need in the country is, of what organizations are doing on the ground. because sometimes I just get a sense that it's, obviously the people with the money have the power. That is just the fact. And I just sometimes wonder how much research and insight there is from the donor's perspective on aligning it with existing initiatives and not trying to establish potentially something new or not aligned with the big needs in the country.
I'm happy to, so from our perspective, because as I mentioned earlier, we often walk a journey with our donors. And what we find is that if you look at what makes a donor give, for me, there's a couple of things that come to the fore. I think just in experience, one of the things we've seen is that sometimes individuals have to go through almost a life-changing event to kind of recognize or identify what it is that they're passionate about. So we've got some real examples of where we've had clients that kind of from the get-go have been passionate about something. Just as an example, it may be conservation or flora and fauna. So our role is then to help them crystallize what is the objectives that they want to put in place in relation to that cause that they've actually identified and something that they're actually passionate about. So that's the one case where we actually find clients come to us or philanthropists and they're very clear about the difference that they want to make. And it's possibly because they've been through a life-changing event themselves. The second thing is that we do sometimes get clients that are unsure. And that's where we've got to help them, try and guide them, not to guide them to a point where we make decisions for them, but to ask them questions that get them to start thinking and then leading to an outcome that they're going to be comfortable with. So for me, it's kind of twofold. On the one hand, we've got those philanthropists that are quite clear in terms of what they want to do, the organizations they want to support. We just need to help them crystallize the objectives. And then on the other hand, we've got those that want to make a difference, but they're not quite sure how they go about it. And it's to help enable them to crystallize their thinking.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Obviously, from a prime media perspective, we've got access to listeners, but we've also got access to advertisers and clients. So clients come to us and sometimes ask us where they should donate. And to your point, it also is about, what are those life-changing experiences? I'll give an example. One of our initiatives that we support is the Hein Wagner Academy for the Blind. And the whole emphasis with this... And people are coming out of universities, they're working at call centers. And so what we did is we hosted a life-changing event for 80 CEOs in Joburg and 60 CEOs in Cape Town. We invited them to a dinner with a difference. What they didn't know, it was a complete dinner in the dark, where they had to give up their cell phones and their watches. We put them into lockers. They were escorted into a room. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, 4-course meal. It was an extraordinary experience that was emceed by Hein Wagner. What was incredible about this life-changing event is that, wine was served, it was a 5-course, 4-course meal. All the waiters and waitresses were blind. And there was an amazing band playing and singers. The band that was playing and the singers were all blind. And at the end of the evening, we got to light our candelabras and meet our waiters and waitresses, etc. The point is, it was a life-changing event that suddenly, we immersed corporate South Africa into a real experience. And it wasn't fundraiser. We weren't raising funds. However, one particular client wrote a R1 million check out there and then on the day.
For just.
Sure. But what was, I think, important about, what you don't know, what, corporates didn't know, is these alarming stats. And as a result of that intervention, that life-changing event, we employed a blind graduate. He is just doing the most incredible things. Absa Bank is one of our partners in that. And as a result of us and Absa getting involved, the 2024 cohort from the Hein Wagner Academy, 60% are now employed by corporate South Africa.
Well, fantastic.
And so, yeah.
That's really
And so, what once again, what is wonderful about that, and now we're progressing the project to create a kind of a handbook or a toolkit for other corporates to kind of lower the barriers to entry in terms of it's not that scary to employ blind graduates. So it just really sometimes is about, just to go back to the original question, sometimes, you discover the match and you have to be innovative in the way you bring an inspirational story to market to really actually make an impact. And that whole intervention wouldn't have been possible without us as media connecting to our CEO audience, as well as the Hein Wagner Academy.
That was very special. I love you guys took note of the stats that Hank was referring to. 5 years ago, around 230,000 NPOs in the country. Now I believe it's much closer to 300,000. And that's my understanding that is the number of organizations with actual NPO certificates. But if you add schools and faith-based entities and universities and clubs even, the competition for donor money is scary. And one of the things that I find donors here and in the UK, where I spend a lot of time, tear their hair out as why are there so many organizations? Or, what I've literally been said to this by donors. Can't you at iZinga encourage merging and discourage more and more and more and more organizations? So and he said, I know it's a bit of a cliche and we don't know a better one. He says, I want to give back. So telling him openly, I've made a lot of money. My heart is in South Africa, but I don't know where to start. And exactly, I said, well, you're a little early. I told him a little bit about Zinga, it's coming. But he says, well, I said, what is it you care about? He says, I'm very specific. I want to fund skills training and job creation in Gauteng. So I thought, well, if you'd asked me about Cape Town, I could have told you about some organizations. I said, I'll have a look. So all I did was put something on my Facebook just to say, very briefly, are you involved in skills training, specifically for job creation in Gauteng, potential UK donor, email me. I got 28 emails and only two had websites. I read certainly in their signatures. So I emailed all of the other 26 back because I didn't have to look at the website. I emailed all 26 back and said, won't you give... I didn't say, have you got a website? Because you can't be a nonprofit and not have a website. No, it'll lead to all the socials. And I said, well, I'm sorry, you've got to have a website. So then I hadn't heard of the two with the websites. I contacted this potential donor and said to him, I don't know them, so I can't personally recommend them. I have told them to, be verified, but kind of over to you. And I said, and by the way, there were an under 26 who I've literally taken trouble to find out every single one doesn't even have a website. What's that saying is it's too easy to start an organization in this country. And maybe that's part of the mission. We need to see who's doing something similar and how we can amalgamate, because there is not enough money. Sorry, that's just me tipping it.
Jill, when you've got a moment, I just want to also pop. Okay.
Question.
So one of the things I've learned in this process of working at the Greenlight is that we do a baseline, a second, and a third survey. And the first one, and this is sometimes where organizations and funders might be at a disconnect. A true baseline, a socioeconomic baseline, is going to tell you what is happening in people's lives. Within South Africa, 95% of everybody we surface, their financial literacy is almost zero. It is shocking to see how little family savings is happening. Absolutely shocking. And we've surveyed organizations where people have worked for 15 years, earned definitely above living wage salaries in admin, and they haven't saved as a family. They haven't saved as individuals. And one of the challenges is that often people go into enterprise development or skills transfer, and the understanding of what's happening in the socioeconomic circumstances of the people they are dealing with is not high enough. So if you are in the Eastern Cape, the level of trauma that people are experiencing is going to impact your ability to do skills development and enterprise development, because unless you deal with the trauma, you're not going to be able to bring people's anxiety down enough to absorb skills. We've also found that when a baseline is done and it surfaces, any baseline that is done in South Africa will surface financial literacy. And so any program that is being funded needs to address financial literacy, because until you can get your savings, your family savings, and learn to budget, but understand how money is working, nothing can possibly change in the long term. So, sorry, 2 things and then I'm done. The second thing is to be able to measure at a second survey. So your baseline will give you that information. If you don't react to addressing the baseline, you won't be able to measure your impact at the second survey. And the third survey will tell you whether you have had sustained behavioral impact. So now you know that the behaviors that you've wanted to instill through your program have actually settled, and you can step away from the participant and they've absorbed everything. So from a funder's perspective, for me, that's really, really important information to know, that these are the big challenges, and that behavior change happens not in 9 months. Behavior change happens within 18 months to 24 months. Real behavior.
Question in the front row.
I have a... Yeah, go for it.
Yes, hello.
Okay, can I do it? Okay, so Margaret Rister from Miklat NPC, and we're in Paul. Hello, Jill. I've been in this sector for, it feels like a very long...
Yes, it is on.
Yeah, it's not true.
Okay, can you hear me? So I've been in this sector for a very long time doing fundraising. My question is for DG Murray and for the Nedbank lady. Some years back, we used to travel along and was to bring our applications all in writing, and everyone was very nice. Then we've changed the system, and now you say you will put the donors or the potential donors on your... How do we get that communication back to know when a system has changed? That is my question. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm happy to go. I mean, that's why initially I said it's important that there's that alignment in terms of objectives. And that's why I also positioned, because we've also recognized that. We look after a fair amount of personal charitable trusts that have been established over the years. And as I say, I mean, I'm really proud to sit here to say that we're living the legacy that a lot of our clients have actually left. But for me, the challenge is, how do we make that connection? How do we enable the nonprofits to really get that clearer view in terms of all of these objectives? And it's going to take us a while, but what we do, and that's why I mentioned earlier, we intend to actually publish it on our website, because I realize from a nonprofit organization perspective as well, it's hugely challenging, to your point, understanding when processes change, etc. So there's always 2 sides to the coin. That's the reality. And when I talk to our trust team, they get inundated with applications throughout the year, just as an example. So what we've had to do, and I don't think we're quite where we want to be yet, but we've had to also put cycles to grant making, just as an example. But to your point, it's very important that everybody then knows what those cycles are. So, we are also considering things like not automated, but like out-of-office responses to emails, so that if we get requests for funding coming through, we have it's not out of office, an automated response. Let me just clarify that, so that we can then set out in that automated response what you need to know if you're applying for funding. So I agree with you. I think there's a lot of work we can still do to improve it. I think we've come a long way, but there's still more work that we need to do. And we're also open to suggestions. So you're on the one side of the coin, we're on the other, where we get inundated with applications. So we're open to suggestions. And if you think that there's something that we could do that's going to help improve your lives, please let us know. Because ultimately, as I say, we're proudly living the legacy that a lot of these clients have entrusted us with. We talk a lot about trust, but this is trust really in practice. And we want to make sure that we live those legacies for them. And so I think the way we can do it is through sharing and understanding your challenges, also recognizing what the challenges are on our side, and we will get to a point where it will be a lot easier.
Sandra, do you have that?
Yeah, so I think it's the scale problem. Is speaking that reality of 300,000 plus registered NGOs. How do we communicate with everybody? We can't. So ultimately for us, when we change a process, when we change strategy, we communicated via our website. And the onus does unfortunately sit on the NPO side to check on the website, what has changed, what are they doing differently. If you happen to be on our mailing list as a former grantee or someone who's been to one of our webinars, we'll issue a communication if we're closing funding windows, but that will only help those who are on that mailing list. So I don't want to sit here and promise you that we can tell everybody when we have a system change, because we can't deliver on that. Because just by the sheer scale of our applications, where we really try and make sure that our website information is as up to date as to this is where we are at, this is where we are in the funding window. If we're changing strategy, that we publicize that as much as we can via that channel. But outside of that, that's really where we try and do that, but absolutely recognizing the difficulty. But part of the, like you're saying, the historical model of kind of people coming to the office and engaging, again, we have the scale problem and the fairness problem, because I think it's all good and fine to say, oh, in the past we used to be able to come and talk to you. That means if you were in Cape Town. But what about the person in Kuruman? So part of our need for fairness as well was to say, well, no, then you actually can't show up at our door, because actually then you are gaining the advantage of access. So for us to be fair, everyone has to come through the same channel. Then the engagement that someone who's applying from the Northwest is the same for everybody else. So there's a little bit of that kind of filtering that we are trying to do to be fair. But simultaneously, the communication problem is always there. And also with that scale, even when we have then people who are in our system, we also run a lean team, because we are very focused on the fact that the funds that we have been entrusted with are for the benefit of the people of South Africa. So we don't also want to lump ourselves in the same way that you do with massive overheads of 10 people just to answer emails. So we have one person who gets all the emails and filters them. So we also trying to kind of balance those scales.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pamela Silwana. I'm from Gogo's Kitchen. Couple of questions. There's a lady that said that what we don't do, how do I account the times that I've been working in my organization without getting paid, like 5 years? How do I go to a donor and say, I've been doing this for 5 years. This is the time that I've spent here doing this. How do I put that in numbers? And another thing, comment, Jill, you said that we have many organizations in South Africa because we have many problems in South Africa. And another major problem is that we don't collaborate. One of the things that I managed to stay afloat mostly, I'm from Guguletu, so I collaborate with the many organizations out there, your Desmond Tutu, your Mothers to Mothers, so that when we do an event, I have them around. But the one thing about the big organization, they don't know how to share resources. They just show up there. Like, us, the small ones, I have to now cater the food for the people that are going to come there. And they come with the big banners and everything. And also, I started during COVID, lockdown 2020, where most organizations that were funded, they closed down. We were on the ground working, and big organization got the money. They pay the overhead, they pay the administration, and the money that flickers down to us on the grassroots, you'll get your maize more, you get your rice. We have to now go around. How do I get beef stock? How does it work?
Okay, sorry, I'm just going, we've literally got
we got
it. So we got your point on the number of organizations and the need. But the question was around, I'm just trying to quantify the hours you put in. I would just, quite frankly, we've just talked about the 5 years we've all volunteering to get iZinga going. It's the sweat equity that founders do. I think it's just, to me, it's not about money or the value. It's about commitment. That's how I would take it away. But I'd love to hear from the donors.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to comment on the point that you raised as well around collective, bringing a collective. And one of the things that we're driving very hard is this whole thing about collective impact. We run a program for corporates at CARE, and one of the big initiatives there is asking corporates to, leave their egos and logos at the door and actually, combine their efforts to make a greater impact. And so, hopefully through some of our initiatives and other corporates recognizing that we've got to pull together to have a much greater impact will also start to change the narrative.
And Glenn, can I just speak to your point about kind of quantifying? Very, very quickly. Yeah. That is the trickiness, absolutely. But when you do start, you generally are volunteering your time and whatever else. But at some point, you have to start being able to quantify it. And that is one of the missing pieces in the sector around what a program officer means in this position. Is it different to this position? And so often you're having to go to the commercial space or to a business space to say, what does someone doing my job get paid, blah, 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 blah. But you have to start turning it into a number, because the tricky thing is, as you say, it is difficult when a smaller organization is trying to get funding to get to the bigger donors. But the reality is, once you do get to us, I can't tell you how much you should be getting paid. So there still is an exercise as you scale, or as you think about scaling, to find a way to turn that into a number. And that's a journey in the process.
Well, we've noted that. I'm looking at Henk and he's looking at me, and we're listening to all different things that we need to bring in our system.
Good morning, everyone. So it's Chris Extian, but Classify will introduce Chris later in a bit more detail. I'm just going to do a very brief introduction on the topic that we're going to talk about, which is regulatory compliance and ethical governance.
You feel the excitement in the room.
Since South Africa has been raised, it's been more focused on the non-profit sector. In fact, when FATF, acronym Financial Active Task Force, when they visited South Africa, they published what's called this mutual evaluation report. They call it the MER, the MIRF. A lot of acronyms, right? So non-profits were casted in the spotlight. There were two key issues that were discussed. Number one, non-profits, and number two, the issue of beneficial ownership. Now, this was basically taking place as iZinga Assist was in this pilot stage. And you know the diligence about iZinga Assist? They basically took a few steps back, and they said we need to look at what we are doing in light of what's happening in the context. Very important for any organization. And so we revised some of the systems, and today iZinga Assist has taken those changes into account, which is important for organizations because it's exactly the topic we're talking about. So we're going to talk about 3 key themes. Number 1, risk. Now, there's a concept about risk, meaning that there's a negative side of risk, or there's also the positive side, right? So when we even look at the regulatory compliance space, we need to look at what are the opportunities for organizations. That's the reality. The second theme is information. Now, there was a question earlier about POPIA, and information is quite critical. Now, again, I just want to bring it back to iZinga Assist, right? Because, there's a legal requirement actually that there must be information sessions conducted within the organization, or whether it's a company, for-profit, non-profit, there must be in terms of POPIA. Now, iZinga Assist has actually undergone that process. There's been training where we spoke about POPIA and compliance, and the team was on the call. They were sitting there for like 2 hours at a time, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with these people? But the question is, what is right with them, right? Because they were setting an example in terms of this is not like a top-down approach. This is us trying to understand what's happening in the sector. Last issue, theme, compliance. This is where we are at the moment. There's been a lot of focus on compliance. And again, that's where the assist comes in, right? Where the organization is focused on also assisting organizations on issues of compliance. And to some extent, it's a bit complicated, unfortunately. The nonprofit sector is not excluded. Other sectors are also faced with this increased compliance burden. But having an organization like iZinga Assist that is specifically saying, look, we're going to assist organizations on issues of compliance, I think that's amazing. So, and just before I hand over to Kasifa, part of what we've done, the organization has been, in the King report, they talk about stakeholder engagement. So the organization has been very specific in terms of engaging with stakeholders. We've actually met with the Department of Social Development. We also met with the FIC, Financial Intelligence Center, another acronym. So look now, the acronym we're talking about today, we're launching it today, is RIC, Risk Information Compliance. It's a side issue that it's short for Ricardo. You put it in there, right? So one of our key stakeholders is McRobert Attorneys, a firm that will be celebrating 130 years of existence next year. Wow. And really, it's a very impressive partner in our collaboration. And it gives us that reassurance because their focus on issues of compliance is just top-notch. We've worked with Kasifa Yusuf for the last couple of years, and it's been an amazing journey. Now, just as a side note, it's so important to have a relationship with a good law firm like McRobert Attorneys. There's the concept of community service in terms of the Legal Practice Act, and I would encourage you as nonprofits is to pursue those kind of relationships because it will help with this particular topic. Can we be more exciting? Over to you, Fraska.
Thank you, Ricardo. It is an honor and a privilege to be associated with iZinga Assist. As McRobert, as we say, we are the strategic partner at law, and that's what we aim to be. As Ricardo has said, we've highlighted 3 key themes for you. And the focus is to move from a tick box sort of challenge. It is to build a culture of compliance that strengthens your entire organization. So basically, the landscape for NPOs has fundamentally shifted, and I'm sure we are all aware of those So compliance is no longer what we refer to as a back office function. It's come to the forefront of the organization and has become a central pillar of sustainability, credibility, and ethical mission delivery. So when your mission states that you have to do something, this compliance shows that you are actually achieving those goals. So I'm going to introduce Chris, who is from the Cape Leopard Trust. He is the Chief Operations Officer, and Cape Leopard Trust has been in existence for 21 years. For 21 years. And the reason we wanted to give you a perspective from somebody who's moved through the journey where there was no regulatory compliance and requirements to where we are now. So I think we can kick off the discussion with our first grey listing theme of South Africa.
Yes, so in terms of risk has been a key theme in terms of the whole issue of grey listing. Now, organizations that have got a solid risk management system in place would be better able to navigate this complicated environment, but you would also be able to demonstrate confidence and trust in terms of your donors. Now, back to the acronyms. You may have heard of this acronym. It's called RMCP. It comes out of the Financial Intelligence Center Act, FICA, which basically is a requirement on all accountable institutions. And the idea is that, like the banks, Nedbank, they must have an RMCP in place. Legal practitioners must have it in place. So when you engage with your clients and customers, you have to do a risk assessment of that client. And that would include NPOs as well. That's where we are at the moment. But again, back to the point of the definition of risk assessment, the modern day definition. There's a negative side where it alerts you to some of the negative aspects, but then there's the positive side. And it's important for us to become disciplined in identifying what some of the opportunities are in terms of risk management. So you may look at this and say, but what are the opportunities in terms of regulatory compliance? Is it only a burden, or are there opportunities? In my bit of experience with nonprofits, often this part is being neglected, but there is an increased focus on this now. So the question is, like Henk said this morning, sometimes organizations are not clear in terms of the legal entity. And that's a risk for the organization, but it's also an opportunity for organizations to be clear in terms of the legal issues, to be able to say, like Kasifa would say, we've actually identified the following issues. We navigated the space. We've dealt with the issues that have occurred in the time that grey listing has now happened. And that was the same, in fact, for iZinga Assist. As I said, steps were taken, but we had to take some steps back to assess how does it impact on the organization. So that's a key theme, risk.
So I think also with risk is the financial integrity of the organization. That is a huge factor in establishing sustainability, building trust, and also shows in terms of compliance, and Chris will speak to this as well, that you are actually not using, or your organization is not being utilized for terrorist financing or anti-money laundering as to launder money through or clean your money or whatever. It's actually being used as for good, for impact, which is what iZinga Assist is here. And sorry, Ricardo's point about iZinga Assist, I think we need to understand that the process that iZinga Assist puts the NPOs through when registering on the platform is exactly the process that iZinga Assist went through before they developed the platform. It's not, we haven't just put this platform and said you need to do ABC. We've been through the entire process to actually determine what an NPO would need to do to be verified. And these are the things that we've come up with, which is why it is so comprehensive. And it also gives you a checklist of what is missing in your organization and what you need to do and what you need to perhaps make more robust. So I think I'll ask Chris to speak on the risk aspect of NPOs.
I think what is very difficult is people that manages NGOs. They're there because they've got the passion. They're not there because they know how to run a business, unfortunately. Or fortunately, otherwise it wouldn't have worked. But the problem that you're sitting with now is that the people on your staff are not experts on compliance. We cannot employ people that's experts on compliance because we simply do not have the money. The money needs to get to the beneficiaries, whether it's a leopard or whether it's people in need. So it's very difficult from our point of view to understand changes that has happened. Because how do you keep up to date with something that you do not understand? And then legal terms might be easy for the two of you to understand, but it's not easy for the man on the street. So that in itself is a massive risk towards an NGO like you guys sitting here. That in itself. So how do you manage that? And for us as an NGO, we had to go and have a look to see who we can partner with, number one, that aligns with our values, that can provide that service, whether it is through pro bono work, through an attorney firm like McRobert that can help and support you, whether it is adding someone on to your board that is an expert on the field that can support you, or where you do have that need for one specific thing to do, contract that one section out to make sure that you get the input. Spend that little bit of money to make sure that you lay the foundation right in order to mitigate that risk. Because you know you are of disadvantage because you are not in the field of running the risk.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chris. I think also what is important is to ensure that your organization has a strong risk management framework in which you can operate. So you use the NPO Act, everybody knows the National Nonprofit Organization Act, and it is your best defense.
I do want to mention something, Cash, that we ran an activity earlier this year when we had a look with our extended management team to see what are the 10 top risks for us as an NGO. What are those top 10 things that would disrupt the Cape Leopard Trust into non-existence if that was to happen? Whether it is a lawsuit that would discredit you and you would lose, for example, due to ethics, you'll lose your research permit, or lack of long-term funding, or mass or board walkout, for example. Identifying those risks and speaking it out, writing it out, because you've voiced it, you start thinking of opportunities, how you can mitigate that risk that would stop that from happening, and try to be proactive rather than where the poor boy eats the fowl. Now, then you sit there, you're like, what now? And then you stuck. And that's why we've done that activity, to have a look at what are those risks and look at the act and say, okay, with the new compliances that is in place, is there a risk for us that we run into by not complying maybe?
I think also it's not just about preventing the bad things from happening. It's also demonstrating to your donors and your funders, like the DG Murray Trust, for example, that you are a safe, credible, and you are there for their investment to make the impact that they want to see in the world. It's also, as much as NPOs say they don't compete with each other, you are competing with each other. You're competing for money, you're competing for resources. So this strong management framework, this risk management framework, also gives you a competitive advantage.
Indeed. So there was a question came up earlier about information rights. Now, here's another acronym. I'm new to the acronym. It's PIIA, Personal Information Impact Assessment, that is actually required in terms of FOPIA. Now, the thing is, it's not complicated. FOPIA is based upon principles that's about suitability, right? So that question, it's like a PIIA question. It's about what the impact of personal information within our organizations. Now, we, like Chris explained now, them doing a risk assessment activity, a risk assessment embedded in our law, but it's something that can benefit our organizations. Now, we extend that into even in terms of information, personal information. Every organization operates and processes personal information. That's the reality. You will not be in existence without processing personal information. Personal information, it's a currency today. Any organization, we have to address. That's why we were able to respond to that question saying that, look, we at iZinga Assist has paid attention to this. We've been deliberate in terms of the question that we've asked. We've debated the issues, and we want to encourage organizations as well in the space where we are at the moment, focus on information. Pay attention to it. It's important in terms of issues of compliance, but also in terms of issues of trust. When we engage and our focus is often on, people in vulnerable positions, we as a nonprofit sector, we're in a position of trust, and we need to ensure that we, and like Chris was saying exactly, some of the concepts are technical, but this relationship is an illustration of what can be achieved in terms of, collaboration, stakeholder engagement. So it's important that we navigate these important themes.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, Ricardo, is also by having this compliance in place, by having a POPI policy, it's also a promise to your donors that their details are safe. It's also a promise to your beneficiaries that their dignity and their privacy is protected. So it is your best advantage. And if you have a data breach, it can be catastrophic for your organization. I think Chris will speak to how difficult it was in terms of getting a POPI policy off the ground.
Poppy, or Pia, Pops, I don't know what you want to call her, but I was quite allergic to her for a very long time. But as you interact with it a lot more, you kind of see the benefit. It kind of becomes more friendly. But in the very beginning, and I remember sitting in one of Jill's workshops when it just came alive that we were going to have to look up to her, and we've got all these problems now with POPs. And then we said, but as an NGO that relies on getting money by bugging people through mass email, right? Because that's what you all do. We said it's going to be catastrophic for us because we're cutting a lifeline here. But it was a massive opportunity for us at Cape Dipper Trust, because now we know that we had to change our message. We had to be creative with our message, and we have to be targeted with only reaching the people that are actually our real supporters, because they opted in to receive the message. And it's actually a massive, massive opportunity that we do get. But it was difficult, but learning from others, being part of peer learning groups where we can have the discussions to share best practice and to hear Nature Connect, what are you doing? Because we're quite similar. And what is your processes of unpacking this and including that? And how did you write your policy? How did you adapt your policy? How did you make that policy public? Because that's what needs to happen. How do you train your staff? I think taking pictures was probably one of the biggest impacts that we had with Popia Act. We have to rethink the way we take pictures, especially of children coming on account. Now, the educator's main focus is for the kids to have fun and for them to fall in love with nature so that we can teach them about nature. It's not about taking the pictures, but we have to train them of how best you can take pictures and rethink how we share pictures, rethink how we do reports to our funders. It's a massive task as an NGO to go through that. And I've seen that firsthand. But yes, so peer learning groups was very good, and formalizing the way that we collect data, the way that we store data, the way that who's got access to the data is also very important. And even for a small NGO like the Cape Desert.
Great stuff. And that ties into the last concept, and that's compliance. Now, about 12 years ago, I visited the office of the Department of Social Development. As we concluded the meeting, I was invited to go into the basement. And right in the basement, there was like a desk full of letters. And so I asked the person who took me there, but what are these letters about? And he said that it was letters of non-compliance that were being sent out to organizations at that time. Over 30,000 letters of non-compliance and other notices. And a lot of organizations got deregistered. But there was a huge public outcry. All of those organizations got reinstated. Fast forward, this year, the department started the deregistration process.
Good.
And it's a process that was not started by the DSD. It was actually started by the grey listing. And FATF was saying this is not on, right? So now that list of deregistered organizations, that's growing. And the reality is that we are now focused on compliance. Now, as a lawyer, I can't say to you it's an easy task. Compliance is not easy, but it's made easier with organizations like iZinga Assist and the others as well. But it's an issue that we cannot ignore. We need to focus on issues of compliance. Hence, again, this relationship is important because in terms of the community service being done by lawyers under the Legal Practice Act, I think it's 40 hours. Your lawyers will be able to tell me. It's like 40 hours, it's not a lot of hours, but if you quantify it and what can be done in terms of legal assistance, it is amazing. So it's an opportunity that's there at this moment while they're dealing with issues of compliance. Your organization doesn't want to be in a situation where it gets deregistered unnecessarily, where you could have prevented it, right? What's also happening in this is this whole concept of integration. You'll see if you're a company or you go onto the portal of the CIPC, it's now integrated with the information regulator. I was at a meeting with DSD, Ferial, you were also there. I asked them the question, are you talking to the information regulator? They're saying yes. So this integration is now happening across the NPO regulators. There's one of the overlooked changes to the NPO Act was in terms of the objectives. It was saying the focus is now coordination, collaboration, coordination, and cooperation. It's happening now. We still have to see the impact of it, but it's happening now.
Yeah, and I think very importantly also in terms of just telling you to comply is people who lead this compliance, and that is your board. Your board of directors play an integral role in ensuring that compliance is there, that you have the right people in place to ensure that all the requirements are met. So I think Chris can say.
Is there anyone from DSD here? Working with DSD is fun. It's very frustrating, but in the Western Cape, and I know you from all over, but in the Western Cape, we're so lucky to have the NPO Health Desk that sits here in town. Make the time to go and sit with them and to talk with them year before you have a problem. It was quite interesting this year with National Lottery funding, where all of a sudden they started talking to DSD. Now, for years, you submit your reports to DSD and they don't look at it, and they don't change your office bearers, for example. But we also haven't checked that they've done it, right? So it's faults on both sides, and all of a sudden there's a roadblock and you can't apply for funding. But it's your responsibility as much as theirs. So make the appointment to go and sit with them, even though it's frustrating. And your board, you rightfully say, invest in your board. Your board needs to be compliant. And I know it's difficult to run through the declarations of who's your office bearers and what's the conflict of interest and doing all those. It's difficult to do it, and it's a lot of set. Our board is not in one country even. So it's very difficult to get all the information around. But you have to do it, and you have to keep that information up to date. And if your compliance are up to date and you keep your documents up to date, you don't stand the risk of being deregistered. So just keeping your hand at that. Yeah. And if your board doesn't, make sure that your CEO, your CEO, or whatever your role is, remind them to do that, because often your board is also people that just sits there on a voluntary basis, even though they've got an obligation, but they also maybe do not know about all these things.
Excellent, Chris. So we've got a few minutes left over for questions or comments, but there are some rules to this, right? No. Like rule number 1, the difficult questions, like these two. Easier questions you can ask me. Rule number 2, we will come up with if you disobey rule number 1. Anyone? I can't actually see. It's like,
Go 20. Well, I'm waiting. Yeah.
Mike, do you want to?
Do I need the microphone? Thankfully not. Nicola Jackman from the Upliftment Program. So our work is very creative focused. Don't know if you noticed. But I realize more and more that over the years, and for us it's 21 years in the field of joy, lifting people, we tried having boards that were all over the world, and that was just another dimension of trying to even get signatures together. And we found that for now, it's definitely easier to have actually people that are within the organization and on the board. And I just actually realized you're the perfect people to ask, is that even legal? And in so many other not-for-profits like ours that are quite small administratively, it's if we're trying to be as compliant as possible, and we can bring in the outsourcers. So I guess it's 2 questions. We can outsource Vaxman attorneys or somebody like that to come in. How can we get that additional support without making them part of the board? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Is that an easy question or hard?
I'll try and give a response to that. So it's an issue that came up recently. I was involved in a workshop for an organization, and now I'm focusing on issues of governance, compliance, and whatnot. And somebody said, but look, none of what you're talking about would have added in terms of additional funding to this organization. I was taken aback, I must say. But my response was this. I said, look, without the board being in place, you would not have been able to attract funding, because the board takes on that what they call the fiduciary responsibility, right? Basically saying to donors, we are not invested in this organization, but we take on the responsibility to ensure that the funds are being used for the purpose for which the organization has given it. Now, I've actually done a video on that particular question where there's nothing unlawful about having the people working in the organization also taking on that responsibility. Nothing unlawful. It's permitted in terms of our law. But one of the key factors that is influencing the donor environment is, in fact, the requirement that you need to have people in place who are not employed within the organization, right? So the funds come in effectively. It's not a decision for them in terms of how much are we getting paid versus how much we would go towards the beneficiary. So globally, years ago, the statistics were that there are some organizations that can operate like that, but for the most part, 98% approximately would have board members who are not employed within the organization who take on the responsibility for governance. So it's not necessarily prompted in terms of the legal environment, but in terms of you're operating in an environment where, to a large extent, it's dependent upon donor funding. Whether or not that's correct, but that's the reality at the moment. And the donors would have an influence in terms of the governance.
Just to add to Ricardo's points, it also creates, so usually what happens is you have your management team, your CEOs, your COOs, and someone from that team has to communicate with the board, because you're not going to get your entire staff to communicate with the board. And then you have your board. So usually what happens is one of those top members, the CEO, COO, CFO, whoever it is, maybe, then sits on your board of directors as a communication partner, basically, just relate to the board what happens. You have very few organizations or many organizations, depending on your size, on the size, and also whether you registered as a PTY Ltd. So for a trust, you'll have a board of trustees. For voluntary organization, there is no sort of, there's a management committee, but there isn't a sort of board of directors to whom the staff answer to. So you have to have a communication vehicle. Like Ricardo said, it's not unlawful, but there has to be a clear line of definition so that there is no conflict of interest. And that's the most important thing, is that when you are appointing these people, to ensure that there is no conflict of interest, that the organization's interests are put first.
Thank you.
Maybe from a practical point of view, addressing the second comment that you made about being small, what tools are potentially available? And that's the question I often ask. What tools are available to help streamline compliance? So let's take 18A certificates, for example. You need to have your tax reference number, you should have ID numbers, you need to have the donor's mother's fourth cousin blood type. You know, it becomes hectic. But there's tools available out there like Active Donor that helps you capture all those things that's needed. So when it does come to issuing the 18A, you've asked all the right questions. You've ticked all the boxes. And no one can go back and say, oh, you haven't verified this donor. So in terms of compliance, there's definitely tools that can, I don't want to say automate, but that can support your small board or small team.
Thank you. I also have a very projectable voice. Can I just ask, in terms of compliance and things like Thika and Poppy, and are there guidelines on iZinga for very small companies and organizations here that will help them fine-tune that? Because a lot of people put legal jargon in terms of all of the acronyms. And in my experience in my own little business is that actually nobody tells us, by the way, you are now needing to have this level of compliance here, this level of compliance, and this is how you go ahead and do it. And if you're getting money in cash-wise or whatever, this is a certain amount, there's certain financial regulatory requirements in terms of forms that you're filling out. Is there some guidelines that will come up in the assist process?
That's an easy one. Yeah, that's why we start with the like easy acronyms, RIC. I'm just reinforcing that. Like Gang mentioned this morning, definitely our focus is on assistance. Now, look, I've now been part of iZinga Assist for just like over 2 years. I've never been exposed to this kind of environment, right? Where there's been this level of pilot testing. And from my perspective, I haven't seen this kind of due diligence being conducted by organizations. So it's been an amazing experience. All of what we learned was based upon the questions that organizations ask, like practical questions. How do we deal with this? And it's the organization would inevitably consider those questions. We've just conducted, you've been part of this survey of organizations on the platform. And the idea is that the organization is really committed to this concept of assist. Now, it's not fully operational yet, but we've already received a clear indication in terms of what kind of assistance organizations require, and also with the assistance of Robert attorneys and the resources that was provided. Some of the terms, unfortunately, it's a bit complicated, but the idea is to break it down. I have to break it down in manageable terms for organizations, and I think that's something that it's clear from the side of iZinga Assist as well. They would keep on reiterating this, that we are not the police. We are there to assist organizations, and so we're taking on board, the feedback that organizations are giving us. And the idea is to expand upon that resource portal for the nonprofit sector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question at the back.
Hi. Yes.
Hi. From Lessons Desk on here. I just wanted to maybe for Chris, if you could just share a little bit around some practical steps. What are some practical steps for embedding a culture of compliance across all levels of the organization, so that it's not just like in policy, but it's in the way that we operate daily? Like, because as you mentioned, compliance is so much fun. And so, if you get hit one, especially when we're working with really vulnerable populations as well. If you have any practical tips.
Can I jump in before Chris answers practical point of view? You need to conduct a gap analysis. So take a weekend, sit with the NPO Act, sit with Popida, sit with it, and see in your organization exactly what it is that you are missing. And once you've conducted that assignment or that assessment, basically, you then can determine whether you comply, whether you don't comply, or what action is needed in order to bring you up to date and or to make you compliant. So for me, that would mean my advice to NPOs is to conduct that first practical compliance assessment gap and determine exactly what it is that you are missing.
And then once that's developed, don't let it live in a policy folder on top of the cupboard, right? From a practical point of view, I do want to say, going through the steps on iZinga Assist and registering yourself, it is interesting how certain things came up where we, for example, they ask you to upload a fundraising policy, where we've got a financial management and accounting policy, which included fundraising as part of that. But you say, oh, you know what, maybe we can take it separately and maybe flesh it out a little bit more. So by actually registering yourself on the platform and going through that steps, it's also helpful for you as an organization to grow and to learn. Remember, they're not the police. They're not there to say, oh, you don't have that one. They're there to say, this is what needs to be in place, and then grow towards being there. The culture is a difficult thing because, you know, we've really tried. Let's look at accounting and financial policy, for example. We really tried to integrate it through the every day-to-day life. For example, who is allowed to request payments? Who approves that payment? Who then goes and loads it onto the bank? And who releases the money? It's not the same person. If it is, you have a problem, okay? So it's not the same person. So in the organization, we're small. We 11 employees. Okay, so we're very, very small. But even with only having 11, we cross-check each other's work. And through that, we keep each other accountable. And that kind of builds into the culture of, you know, I've got someone that's helping me, someone that's supporting me, and someone that's checking up my work and taking it quite serious when it comes to something like financial policy. No one in the company, and I share, Ricardo, I do share it, like, no one goes, yes, we've got a new financial policy. No one. Absolutely no. But your staff needs to realize that it's there to safeguard them as well, which is very important. So as soon as you get that message across to your staff and include this into the why, so that they understand the why behind it and the benefit behind it, that is where you start building your culture.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. So we've got about 4 minutes left, maybe for a question or two. Anyone? Anyone?
The back, yeah.
Hi, Beshari from Astor, South Africa. Thanks so much, everybody. One of the things that we do a lot of, because we are a network organization, so we are supporting a number of smaller organizations and companies around the country who are involved in supporting arts for children and young people. So we're doing a lot of training and assistance and support around exactly these kinds of issues. And sometimes what we run into, I mean, firstly, what I wanted to say about it is that it's a fantastic learning experience, that actually, you know, because we are working with organizations of different sizes and working in such very different settings. So we learn an awful lot from just being in that relationship with them and walking the journey with them. But
what do you do when you run into organizations, and thankfully there are very few of these, but there have been a few, where you feel that like they're almost distorting the policy in order to essentially be unethical. So I'll take an example. POPIA, so there are so many different aspects of POPIA which are important about protection of privacy. Obviously, that's the whole point. But at the same time, there's also a great need in NGOs for there to be transparency and openness, and things like, annual financial statements and annual general meetings or whatever. These things are very important in terms of ensuring that you are in fact compliant. I've had a situation where an organization has insisted that because of POPIA, they are not able to be transparent, that it does not allow them to be. And I am certain that it's because there are things there that are not actually kosher, that they are afraid of being exposed. But it's a very difficult situation. I don't know actually how to deal with it. So I'm sorry. It's an open question. How does one deal with where things are being slightly abused or misused?
Well, that's your first red flag, wouldn't it be? That would be your first red flag, that there is definitely something underhanded that is going on. So if an organization does not want to comply, then there is definitely, like I said, a red flag that comes up that tells you why. You have to ask the question, why don't you want to be? And if they say, because, well, it's, not that we don't have the resources to make us compliant, but we just don't want to, like you said now, because POPIA doesn't allow for it. It makes our life very difficult. That for me is a red flag, because compliance shouldn't be an issue if you are not doing anything wrong.
Thank you. Let's see what Claudius wants to do next.
What to do next is, well, you as the person who is assisting, you decide what you want to do. Do you want to continue assisting them? Then if you want to continue assisting them, then these are the requirements that have to be met. It's the same as if you would go to a funder or a donor and they give you, if you're making an application for funding, they would give you a checklist which you need to comply with in order to get the funding from them. So if you want to be able to assist with this organization, you have to decide, are you willing to overlook that they are not compliant and they're not willing to comply? Or are you going to draw a line in the sand and say, well, sorry for you, if that's the way it is, you're no longer going to get assistance from us.
Okay.
Thank you. I think just as a closing note, I think what is important is that compliance needs to be woven into the DNA of an NPO now, as well as ethical governance. That is the groundwork on which your organization builds what iZinga Assist is trying to do for NPOs in South Africa, and that is transparency and accountability.
Family needs a break, some time together. Always wanted a holiday home, ocean view, spending time outside, a beautiful villa for when the family visits, being right area.
If it's on your mind, it's on ours. Partner with a wealth banker that connects goals to actions.
So this is a real privilege and a pleasure. I've been involved, as that clip earlier said, Mothers to Mothers was founded in 2001 here in Cape Town by a friend of mine, Mitch Besser, who was a practicing obstetrician, and he was commuting, if you can believe it, from San Diego to Cape Town to work for free in obstetrics here in Cape Town. And I don't know if you'll remember those days. It was a really dark time with HIV prevalence was rampant in this country and elsewhere. And he, by delivering babies, he was noticing mothers coming in and they were HIV positive, and they would give birth to a HIV positive baby, and they would basically just get shown to another room and basically be told that, their child is positive and that's it. And he kind of realized, well, that's just not good enough. So the apocryphal story was that he was in the shower and he thought, who's the best person to help a mother who's pregnant, who's about to give birth, to stop the incidence of transference of HIV from mother to child? And that is somebody who's given birth and who's gone through that process. So he set up mentor mothers, basically, who are HIV positive women who have given birth, who then mentor pregnant women to take their drugs properly. I mean, I'm messing the story up. Chad is better. But basically to help them get over and understand what they were in for. And that, as I say, started 2001. Fast forward to how long ago did our friend in the US decide to cut USAID? When was it?
January 24th.
January 20th, yeah. Yeah, we don't remember it at all. We were operating in 10 countries. 11 countries in Africa. All started here, obviously in South Africa, but then went to, you tell us, you tell them.
To
the countries, yeah, which countries?
Oh, this is a test now, if I can remember. I'm going to be...
Sorry, I haven't introduced. This is Chad Radler. He is CEO of Mothers to Mothers.
Great.
So go.
So yeah, thank you, Derek.
Thanks for that fantastic introduction.
That was a wonderful. I've never been introduced. No, this is great. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, in terms of countries, we've been in Mozambique, in Zambia, in Kenya, Angola. Where else? South Africa, of course. Nigeria,
Malawi,
Lesotho, Eswatini, Malawi, and have I forgotten Ghana? And there maybe I've forgotten one or two, but so we've been operating in 11 countries, and just, I mean, I guess a couple of just a few kind of top line statistics. I mean, Derek reached that, we're doing this work, and I think one of the biggest stories of Mothers to Mothers, probably as an organization, is the ability of the organization to take this really simple idea that Dr. Mitch Vesser had almost 25 years ago. So next year is our 25th anniversary, and be able to take it to scale. Yeah, and I think that was what the biggest piece of it was. And so when, we could go really, really deep, but when you look at taking it to scale, it means that over the life of the program in the last 24 years, we've reached 17 million clients.
Yep.
Even more than 17 million clients, which I think is what we are absolutely, one of the things we're most proud about, is that we've employed over 12,000 HIV positive women.
Yep.
And we believe it makes us one of the largest employers of HIV positive women in the world. And we can talk a little bit more about it in a bit, but that word employment is very important, because we actually, as an organization, the ethos of Mothers to Mothers is that we don't believe in volunteerism. We believe that people on some level should be employed for what they are. And the final last thing is that after these years, and actually about 6 years ago, we reached virtual elimination of prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV.
Yeah. But how many years in a row?
And so for the last 7 years in a row, we've reached virtual elimination. And actually virtual elimination, as defined by the World Health Organization for PMTCT, is a rate, or any rate that's below 0.07%. And so we've kind of gone 0.07% about 7 years ago to 0.05 to 0.03. And actually last year, we reached 0%, meaning that there are no HIV positive babies being born in the cohort of our clients.
No, amazing story. And the organization, I'll never forget, was first funded by a check of $10,000 by a friend of Mitch's mother, who gave us the money. And our budget reached our peak budget. Our expenditure reached about $28 million. For over, kind of between 28 and about $25 million, so which makes us probably one of the biggest NGOs in the country. Not that anybody's counting, but okay. But unfortunately, due to our friend in the White House and his friend from South Africa, I don't know if you've heard of him, plays with cars and rockets, he decided to cut USAID funding, of which we were getting, am I right, 65%, 66, something like that. Overnight, stopped, which, as you can imagine, has created a complete, just terrible crisis. We've had to lay off
about 30%, and we're kind of looking at another another 20%.
Percent, yeah. We're very fortunate. About how many years ago, Mackenzie Scott?
4 years ago.
4 years ago, we were one of the 2 NGOs in Africa that were given $30 million by Mackenzie Scott, which we've kept in a very safe bunker near my house in cash. And I haven't touched it. It's okay. No, and that has sustained us. And we've used some of that money to obviously pay for redundancies and all that sort of stuff. We try to mitigate. But that's something that we're going to talk about a little bit, of how you manage that and how you dip into reserves for a rainy day fund. I've been on the board. I was on the original board in South Africa way back when. And then I've been on the US board and the UK board and the South African board for my sins. They can't get rid of me for some reason. I'm now chair of the UK board, and we're now managing this process of reorienting the organization, basically going back to where our budget this year will be in the sort of $11-12 million range, and how we now reinvent the organization and actually go back to our roots, or what is the purpose of the organization. So do you want to just talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, we haven't really rehearsed this, have you? Can you tell?
I'll just tell you a little bit about what we do, and then if we want to pivot to kind of where we are today. I mean, I joined Mothers to Mothers 11 years ago, and when I joined, we had a global revenue of about $11 million, and we at the time, had thought that we had reached the pinnacle. Yeah. We were at the top of the top. We were having tremendous amount of impact. We had just finished up a program in South Africa called the South Africa Mentor Mother Program. Mentor Mothers, just because we'll keep talking about Mentor Mothers, when we refer to it, that's our group of what we now call frontline healthcare workers, or community health workers. And so those are our women who are working both at facility level, tertiary level, and as well as in communities as well. And so go back, 11 years ago, we were only operating in facilities, and we were only operating in 5 countries. And at the time, South Africa was the biggest country we were operating in. And so the South Africa Mentor Mother Program, I think the beauty of that program was that after 5 years of that program, the South Africa government took over those community health workers, took over those mentor mothers, and integrated them into the government system for community health worker, which is tremendous. I mean, South Africa is only one of 3 countries that Mothers to Mothers has operated in where they've done it, and South Africa did it at scale. South Africa took over almost 800 of those community health workers at scale. So for us, that's a tremendous success story, because everything we do, we don't go in unless we're invited. In any country where we operate, right. We don't go in unless we're invited by government, and unless they want us there. And so that's kind of the initial entry point for us. So fast forward, I mean, Derek mentioned, we reached a scale of about 3 years ago at about $28 million. I can't think that high in Rand, so I have to do the calculation.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody.
A lot.
That's a lot of Rand.
Yeah, correct.
And reached 12 countries within that 28 million. And so I think, again, that kind of story of scale and what it takes to get to scale and how we did it, I think, is an interesting one for NGOs more largely, which is, we had this, what we thought and believed was a very simple model, but we were incredibly faithful to that model. Yeah. And, I'm not a big McDonald's person. I'll admit that I do like a Big Mac or a quarter pounder every now and then. But I use the analogy of McDonald's because, no matter where you go almost in the world, a McDonald's cheeseburger or French fries, it tastes the same. And that's their idea. And so, our goal was that no matter where you went in the world where Mothers to Mothers operated, the program should look and it should feel and the touch of it should be the same. Now, of course, I mean, there's different cultures, there's different rules, there's those types of things. But we did an incredible amount of fidelity towards the training that we did with Mentor Mothers. We had a spokeswoman program where we took Mentor Mothers who kind of had been with us over a period of time, and then actually brought them to South Africa, had a really high-powered communications person from the University of Cape Town who came in and would train with them and work with them. And so, you just saw a woman who I mean, these are women who, many of them didn't know their HIV status when they came to give birth for the first time. And now all of a sudden they're sitting in a room and they find out that they're HIV positive. And so now it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? What does it mean for me as a woman, as for my safety? More importantly, what does it mean for my unborn baby? What does it mean? How am I supposed to tell my family? There's a tremendous amount of stigma around HIV. And so all of these things, and that's what our mentor mothers were then trained to say, look, can almost put their hands on your shoulders and say, I know what you're feeling today. I know the pain that you're in. I know how scared you are, because that was me, a year ago or 2 years ago. But look at me now, and look how healthy I am, and so that's that power of mentorship that we've tried to be faithful towards.
No, absolutely. Just in terms of building out the organization, because you were there, 11 years. I mean, it's grown until recently. We've had to shrink it again. But just in terms of managing the organization internally, to scale, and can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, when I came to Mothers, I built out the operation. I didn't start as the CEO. I started as the Chief Operating Officer, and we were really kind of building out what operations would look like. And I think that's one of the big lessons we learned, is that when you have a technical intervention, whatever that intervention is, for us it was HIV, or originally started as HIV. Now it's much broader than HIV, because we do a lot more than just HIV. But you have your technical, sides of things, your programs, your quality assurance, your quality intervention, your monitoring and evaluation, whatever it may be, which is wonderful. And then you have, the operations side of it. And typically, I mean, I'm drawing very broad strokes here, Derek, but typically your programs people, your real technical people, they're not always really good or wonderful at operations. And I don't know if that resonates, with anybody in the room. And similarly, folks who are really good at operations and numbers and all that aren't sometimes terribly good at the technical monitoring and value, those types of things. And so what we really kind of looked at was, how do we split that out and create basically a unit and departments that are really good, kind of state of the art at setting up new projects, closing out existing projects, working on work plans, on budgets, on, all that day-to-day operational stuff. And then another side of the coin, which is, our technical people, which are back to the kind of McDonald's piece of it, designing curriculums, designing programs, and really kind of dividing out the two. And that's, that created a lot of success for us.
Can you talk, this is like sort of, what's that game? Bingo, you take out a card. Can you talk about how you've managed donor relations from, I mean, I know you weren't there in the beginning, but I mean, USAID funding, we get money from foundations, from people, from all sorts, from all types. Can you just talk about how you manage the different donors?
Yeah.
That's become a big issue here.
Yeah, so we have a resource development department. It's gone over many different iterations. There's been global resource mobilization. It's turned into resource development. It likely may change to something else. And it's evolved really over time.
Yeah.
I mean, in the beginning, like Derek said, in the early days, we were really just focused on. I mean, it was, and you remember it better than I do. It was finding friends and family and individuals and anybody who we could tell the story. I'm sure it resonates with all of you. Anybody you could actually just grab for a minute and tell the story and get excited about, so that they would, I guess now I'm dating myself, but they would write you a check. Maybe now it's like a ETF or, a funds transfer. And that was really kind of, that was what our resource development looked like. It has evolved and evolved over time. And so, we have a resource development department now. We're split up into different sectors. So we have somebody who's focused on trusts and foundations, family foundations or other trusts. We've got somebody who's focused just on corporates. And so that would be, could be the Nedbanks, it could be the Investechs, it could be in our space, a lot of pharmaceutical companies also have kind of spin-offs of theirs. And so we're focused on that. We had, I say had, a very big multilateral and bilateral head, which really focused on U.S. government, European government, other governments that are donors. That's had to change a little bit. And then we have somebody who's really focused on individual philanthropy still. Again, just individuals who love what we do, are dedicated to it, and And
Yeah, just to say, we had in the UK, we had a team of up till prior to the nightmare. We had a team in the UK, we had a team in the States, and we had some people here. So, I mean, the coordination, apart from anything, the coordination of these different people in different countries, I mean, it was unbelievable to try and get everybody on the same page, to get everybody focused. And the reason it worked is because of what he said. We have, up till fairly recently, focus on HIV prevention and of prevention of transference from mother to child. Can you? I'm not watching the time. Can you talk a little bit about how you're managing this transition in terms of scaling it down? Not easily. Sure.
Lots of patience and tears. Yeah, it's been, I mean, just to kind of now fast forward, I mean, January 24th happened, which was kind of when we found out that it seemed like the U.S. government, and I actually don't want to just focus on the U.S. government, because while we had a lot of U.S. government funding, I think for our entire sector, or anybody who's involved, it's really overseas development assistance. It's not just the U.S. government. We've seen European money, track downwards for years. We've seen DFID, what used to be DFID and now is FCDO in the UK, monies have been going down. It's just that the United States has typically had the lion's share or a very large proportion of that money, and we were very focused on the U.S. government side of things. And so, we had 10 active U.S. government awards at the time, totaling almost $20 million for the organization. And initially, between January and March of this year, 9 of those awards were terminated. And literally almost terminated overnight. It wasn't, and I think I don't necessarily have, I think that there is some argument to be made for reform in the foreign aid system. I mean, I absolutely do, and I think any system needs to be reformed. I think for us, it's the way in which it had got. They went about it, and the fact that it just kind of happened overnight. And we had active awards where we weren't being paid. So we had advances out. We had to figure out how do we scramble. And Derek mentioned, the importance of net assets, because for a while we were just having to dip into our net assets, in order to be able to just literally just cover salaries and not just salaries for people, in our head office here in South Africa, but most importantly, our mentor mothers, our community health workers. I mean, when this hit, we had 2,400 community health mentor mothers that rely on us for that pay, and so having to figure out how to do that. Luckily, there was a slight little bit of good news. Of the 9 that got terminated, 2 came back. So now, fast forward to now, we have 3 active U.S. government awards that from the 10 that we originally had when we started the year.
Talk a little bit about how the donor engagement in terms of the cycle rides and the way we managed, getting fundraising. You talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so
you notice I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking the question.
Got the
very subtle,
easy job over here.
Yeah, really.
I mean, we've thrown a lot of spaghetti against the wall. I mean, it always kind of I mean, if you're gonna fail, it's fine to fail, I think, but you need to fail fast. And we've thrown a lot of ideas and a lot of different things against the wall. And a big piece of that has been, how do we run events? How do we fundraise? How do we, try to get, I think the hardest thing is getting people excited about what you're doing. And, especially in the HIV and AIDS space. I mean, HIV and AIDS now, it's very much, and this is an enormous success story. It's a chronic disease now. You can go and you can take 1 pill a day, just like if I have which I do, have high blood pressure. It's very, very similar. And that's so different than the way it used to be. So keeping people engaged and interested in why should they be taking care of their health and how do we do it is always a struggle for us. And so, and that's both for our clients that we're trying to serve, but also for people who we're trying to bring in to our network. There's so many other causes now. Why should people care about HIV and the work that we do anymore? And so we do lots of different types of events. We do a lot of different types of segmenting. We are like Salesforce. We have a whole little team that works on Salesforce and all of that donor engagement and how we keep following up on donor engagement. And so, I mean, in big big strokes, I think we do 3 things. One, we do events. So we had a wonderful event for many, many years called
Cycle.
And don't let this guy fool you here. He is a cycling aficionado, so it's tough to keep up with him. But it was called Cycle to Zero. And so essentially it was cycling to zero transmission of HIV and AIDS. And we brought in a lot of some high net worth donors, others, really engaged them. And we would cycle around different parts of Africa for a week. But there was always where we had programs and where we could bring people in to actually touch and feel. So we would cycle from community health facility to community health facility. We would cycle into communities and we would get people to really both have this kind of enjoyable cycle experience, but also really get to touch and feel the program.
What, in terms of the new kind of situation you're in, what are your plans to go back out and tell the story?
So, I mean, we've been, as you can imagine, very focused on the internal side of things, really just making sure that the organization continues to succeed and doesn't fail. So we've been, very focused internally. I think we're now in the new year in January, we need to pivot more externally. We're rethinking about a lot of different things. We don't have the funding or the money that we used to have to be able to fund many of these things. So like Derek, when you look at it from an events perspective, we used to run our own events. We had our own events team. We would create, we would curate, we would develop, we would design, everything from A to Z for an event. We're now looking much more at third-party events, where we can be invited to those events and we can tell the story, which we still think we have a very engaging story of mothers to mothers, but we're not having to take all that upfront cost because events, they're expensive. You all know this. Events are expensive, and it's really often the return on investment of those events. And so we're much, in a ways, we always cared about return on investment. We didn't care about it as much because we had so many other different pots of money that were coming in, and now that's all constrained. So we're very, very focused on return on investment and how to
just on that, part of the problem, and you're speaking to the converted here, but you'd never know who's going to pop out and give you a big check. So, for example, we get funding from can I mention her name? Denise? I suppose I can.
Just say Denise.
Just say Denise.
Just Denise.
So Denise is a UK resident, an extremely wealthy, self-made billionaire, frankly, and she has donated to us for how many years?
About 10 now.
About 10 years. She has never, not once, met anybody in the organization. She's never been to any project. You cannot contact her. You can't get a meeting with her. You can't say, not in any negative way. She just, that's the way she deals. And she only, we talk to her assistant or some guy, something. Yeah. So there's all the way from that, which I think she came in initially, she heard about it. I mean, there was no, I don't think there was a direct approach to her or something. It was completely random. She just wrote us a check for £300,000 one day. And so there's all the way from that to the cycle rides where we bring people, as Chad's mentioned, we cultivate them and spoil them and T-shirts and and they give us a check for £10. So you just you never know. You can only, our lesson, our learning was you can only open yourself up. You cannot determine what a donor is going to give you. You can only make it an opportunity for them to give. And I've always this is a classic example of somebody who she's got no interest. I mean, literally has no interest in South Africa. In we don't know. I mean, we've never spoken to her. So, what's the lesson? Just be open, I suppose.
And I'll give you the other story of never turn down a good comms opportunity or a good communications moment. We actually it was during COVID when all I have to say is that everybody knows, and we were asked to do a very small, obscure, kind of small little video on a European, almost like a public broadcasting thing in Europe. And we thought it was kind of one of those, we didn't even know what it was in the beginning, but we're like, sure, why not? It's COVID. We're all at home. We've got some time. And we did it. And there was somebody at the time who was looking to give big donations, upward of over $5 million US. And they had done all their vetting and they had found all of their partners and they knew who they were going to give to. And the woman who was the head of this, who was the head of the family, essentially was in a hotel room in Berlin and happened to just see this comms piece on this PBS thing.
Yeah.
And she went to her people and said, is this organization on our list? And they said no. And she said, well, I want them on our list.
Yeah. Yeah,
That was
yeah, exactly. It happens like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just talk a little bit. There was a question earlier about mission creep. We've got a funder who's based in New Zealand, I think, and they have, I mean, a long time they've been a funder for how many years? 15 years more,
Yeah,
maybe.
at least,
But they recently, a couple of years ago, or was this year, I can't remember, they started to ask us about kind of quite searching questions about how we are going to use the gift that we got from Mackenzie Scott. Like, why should we give you money when you've got this money in the bank? And I got quite irritated by that question because it's what's it got to do with you sort of thing. But I wasn't on the call, thankfully. How did you answer that question?
I mean, I think we have to be.
Yeah, you got to be
to think about how we're investing the dollars, and if it is a large, amount of money, I mean, you don't want it to just sit there and not earn anything. You want to invest it, but at the same time, donors are very cautious about the loss on investment. I mean, it's wonderful when investments are going up and you're raising capital from it, but they can equally and evenly go down.
Yeah, right.
And then to go tell. Because I mean, remembering that, especially with private philanthropy and with individuals, I mean, you're dealing with somebody who's they've earned that money through blood, sweat, and tears, and now they're in a wonderful position to be able to give it away. But it still doesn't mean that they don't care about it.
Yes.
And I think it's that knowing that they do care about it deeply and desperately. And so, yeah, I think we've had to bifurcate a little bit with certain donors about how we invest some of that money, because we're very clear about two types of money at Mothers to Mothers. There's restricted funding. And so that's somebody who comes in and just says, I want my money to go to this project in this village or this town in Uganda. Great. It's your money. That's where it'll go. Or a lot of other where it's unrestricted money. And they say, look, we just believe in Mothers to Mothers.
Yep.
We believe in the organization. We trust management. We trust leadership. And we don't really care where that money goes. And we want it to go to the organization. And so then we treat unrestricted money in a very different way than we treat restricted funding.
But some of the challenges were, like I remember in Nigeria, we got a grant from a potential grant from Chevron to open a program for like $1 million or $2 million, but they wanted matched funding. I mean, where are we going to find $2 million unrestricted funding? So that kind of stuff, is that still a thing?
Yeah, it's very much a thing. And it's also the way in which I think every organization's different, and I won't go into the big details of it, but in the way in which you're structured, the way in which you treat, indirect costs or your overhead, essentially. I mean, it costs money to run an organization. And so that's partly what, we have an overhead rate. And so for every time that we get money that comes in, a percentage of that money goes towards the overhead of the organization, and another percentage, if it's restricted money, goes towards the running of our programs. And but often we have donors who come in and say, we want 100% of our money. We don't want any of that money to go to overhead. So then we have to figure out, we know what our overhead costs. Where do we pull that money to cover that overhead? And so it's a financial.
Exactly.
But it's important.
We're just doing, excuse me, a time check. How much time we got? What does that mean? Good or bad? 10 minutes. Okay, cool. We'll open it up to questions in a minute. This is a sensitive topic, so Chad may choose not to answer this question, but what... How have...
I'm curious now. I can't wait to see what
How have you managed, or not how you managed, how are you managing the transition also from the previous incarnation to now where we're scaling back boards, and how are you managing the board relationship?
Boards are. I have to be careful here because Derek is still the chair of the UK board. I mean, boards are, and I'm sure that many of you or most of you have boards, and they take on all different kinds of iterations. Mothers to Mothers, I don't know if it's for our sins or for whatever it may be. We have 3 boards. In fact, actually, we have 12 boards because we have
correct.
boards in all of our countries. But we have 3 global boards. We have a UK board, we have a US board, and we have a South Africa board. And at the peak of that time, we had 35 board members. So you can only imagine trying to engage and to keep the boards active and involved. It's been an interesting journey. And we're now really trying to look at that very differently. And so we're just about to get it across the line, and hopefully in January, we'll have one global board. So we'll kind of wind down. I mean, you have technical pieces you can't fully wind down, but the US board, the UK board, and the South Africa board, and we'll have one global Mothers to Mothers board that will have 12 board members and then 3 non-voting board members. And that will be, but thinking about, I mean, we spend a lot of time thinking about our boards, spend a lot of time managing our boards, spend a lot of time, with committees on all these different boards. It's
been interesting. We're going through a very interesting selection process of how to get rid of, to scale back the 35 to 12. And I came up with a very novel solution, which is we lined everybody up in a row and we said, all of you who think you're still on the board, step forward, and not so fast.
But I heard
it's something like that.
But I heard a wonderful thing about boards recently, and maybe folks have heard this, but it resonated with me, which was that, because we're always trying to think about, like, what's the role of the board?
Yeah.
And it comes and goes. I mean, there's so many different roles of the board, but this summarized it for me in one line, which they said, the board's job is to ask you really hard questions 75% of the time. And their other job is to agree with you 98% of the time. And I think, like, in a way, that kind of sounds like their job is to ask really difficult questions. And it can sometimes be frustrating and you're sitting on the firing line, but that's their job. But their job is also to trust leadership, to trust management if they have the right leadership and the right management, and to let them go on and
Yeah, and we also, I was also instrumental in sort of bringing in a 3 strikes and you're out rule, especially on the US board, because we'd get people to join. And then they wouldn't come to meetings, or they wouldn't reply to emails, or they wouldn't read the board pack, and they'd rock up and kind of just, sort of pretend that they were interested. And third time that they didn't come to a board meeting, they were relieved of their post. Some didn't take too kindly to that, but it's a tough luck. We got a few minutes. Questions from anybody, please. Yes.
Where are you going to have your central board? Which country?
Nowhere really. It's kind of global. I mean, so it's not based. Yeah.
Where will it be registered?
Oh, good question.
South Africa.
South Africa. Yeah. South Africa is the mothership because the funding comes through.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we get money in the UK or we get money in the US, and we bring it down to We bring it from there. We bring it down to South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we will have, it's a great question, we'll have representation from those existing legacy boards. We'll have 4 people from the US board, 4 from the UK, and 4 from South Africa, so 12. And then we'll have our founders, essentially, Derek, Mitch, and who will be...
we're going to set up committees as well to have those people who've stepped off if they still want to be involved. So programs committee, fundraising committee, that kind of stuff. So they'll kind of be an ad hoc kind of thing. Yes? That's you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Vumi Swedi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Vumi Swedi from the South Africa Foundation. You mentioned earlier that there was one of your funders who is from New Zealand. I'm assuming that they would also want some sort of tax break in their giving to you. So how did you manage that if you're predominantly in the UK and the US from a tax deduction perspective outside of South Africa?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know their tax break situation, so that's on their side of the things. I mean, we take, in that specific case, the funding comes through the United States, so it comes from their foundation directly to the United States, and then we bring that money from the United States down into South Africa when we need it.
Yeah.
Sometimes we leave portions of it. I mean, we do have costs in all of the jurisdictions where we operate. We're registered in in the US, in the UK here. In the US, we're a 501c3, so that's the US, nonprofit kind of tax regulation, and then that's how we manage it.
Yep. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, Nikki.
just curious on, you don't have to say your exact number, but I think there are a number of us that are curious from your perspective of operational costs. If you were to have a percentage, a kind of broad strokes of what that percentage might be.
Yeah, so that's so it's about, well, we would like it to be lower, let's say that, because it's a little bit of a dance. You need to cover those operational costs, you need to have appropriate, but at the same time, you don't want to make yourself too expensive for, the donor community. So we're pegged right now, and actually, I could really, sort of wonk out on it and get very deep into our indirect cost and all that, but we're at about 25%. We would like it, and we're active bringing it down to about 15% would be the ideal number.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Go.
Ask an extension on that.
Sure.
In terms of looking for donors, if you're able to show those kind of numbers as an economical profits, that you are getting donor money in, and the majority of that money goes into your sort of project that you're organizing, and that you're only taking an overhead of between 15 and 20%, does that attract donors more as opposed to more of a cost-intensive side of organization?
So yeah, I think it does attract donors more. And we've always sort of felt like the sweet spot for attracting donors is about 15%. I don't think that 25% doesn't dissuade, but what it does is, and this is where it gets a little bit, the U.S. government, they create what they call it a NICRA. It's a negotiated indirect cost rate. And essentially what the U.S. government does is they say, we're happy to give you 25% for every dollar that you bring in, but we don't want to be the only ones. And so essentially any other money you bring in, you have to take 25% off of that. But we have a lot of donors who say they cap it. They cap it at 8% or they cap it at 15%, but then we have to make up the difference. And so that's where we tap into our net assets. We tap into unrestricted reserves. Essentially it's a balance sheet thing, but it is an auditable, and it's very important.
Hi, Chad. Felix here from Siafunda. You might have heard I work with donkeys, but apparently I don't. My question is regarding scale. So I've had a couple of conversations with the philanthropy that brought us Windows, and they want to work with nonprofits that understand scale. Yeah. And so my question is two. The first is, how do you go about relating to people that you understand scale? Purely, you are big, but how do you relate to them that you understand scale? But at the same time, you've got all these mothers on the ground. And how do you then get that scale down to them so that they understand they're a bigger picture? So, because scale is very different to the average nonprofit. And it feels like you are at that scale stage, and a very interesting position that you've now got to almost descale and lower yourselves in that sense. So can you just unpack a bit as how do you as a nonprofit relate that you understand scale truly to the windows of this world?
Yeah, no, it's a terrific question. I think part of it is figuring out first what is as your organization, how do you define scale? What is yours? So we've looked at it in many different ways over the years and in many different spaces. Initially it was around how many clients did we have? That was just a story of, we've gone from, in the early days, 300,000 clients a year to 500,000 to 1 million to 1.5 million. You kept seeing those numbers go up. And so it was with one audience, it was a way in which we talked about scale. Then we kind of pivoted a bit to talk about mentor mothers and community health workers scale, and the ability to increase the number of community health workers, but also integrate community health workers into governmental systems. Because one definition of scale wasn't just the number of community health workers that we had and increasing that number. It was also about the ability to integrate those community health workers into government. That story I told at the beginning in South Africa, where government, would take over and actually employ and pay for our mentor mothers. That was how some of our donors actually, that's how they looked at scale. They were like, look, we don't care how many community health workers you have. We actually want to know whether your community health workers are now being integrated and paid for by government. For us, that's what scale is. And so we kind of looked at that. There was also a time where we looked at scale very much as
number of countries we were able to scale up to and operate in. When we first started, I mean, we were in one country in South Africa. We then went to 3. We then had a period of years where we just kind of stabilized at about 4 or 5. And then we had a donor, interestingly, the New Zealand side of things, who said, our people who we fund are struggling to work in more than 2 countries. We really want you to scale up to 6. And at the time, that was like this huge reach for us. How are we possibly going to operate in 6 countries? And so that was our definition of scale. So I think over time and in different ways, like we both define it differently internally, as well as, our donors will help us. And we've been really lucky. I think, Derek's talked about, we've had a good subset of donors that have been with us for over 10 years, 10 to 15 years. And they've been with us on this journey. And they're almost, we've had and this is another thing to think about, and I'll be quiet, is, we've invited some of our donors to sit on our boards, actually as board observers, not with votes, but actually an observer to the board, because we felt so comfortable with them and their relationship. And it's kind of opening up the kimono and, showing everything that's, happening inside. But it really, it made the relationship even deeper.
Yeah, that's great. Fantastic. Yes. Last question, I think.
Jackie from the Bible Institute. My question to both the guys on the panel is my question to both of the guys is, if you had a crystal ball, the one the donkey didn't eat, and you were looking at the way you managed things now when Donald dropped his bombshell in January, what would you have done prior to that, last year or the year before, when you did Zika?
If only.
She said, "Guys, Derek, I think you've." I go second. It's
almost impossible question, because how do you when you're going well, and whatever, how do you tell mental mother living in Malawi, in rural Malawi, that she doesn't have a job anymore? I mean, why? So it's almost an impossible question. I think that's what Chad's going to say, is we could have lessened our reliance on U.S. government funding. Which we tried to do for many years, but it's very difficult to do that. I mean, we were looking for, big money here. It's not small. I mean, $10,000 is going to help, but it's not going to really move the needle. So at this point, so yeah, we could have looked for alternative sources of funding and not relied on the U.S. government as much. But yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. Yeah,
it's a great question. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing we would have done. And we work hard. We did work hard to diversify, but we kind of went anywhere from 40 to 60% over the years with U.S. government money. But I think and this relates to the question the gentleman asked before about scale. What one of the keys that enabled us to scale just at that level is you can really scale pretty quickly off the back of big government money. The reality for trusts and foundations there is the couple of things where all of a sudden, you get the $10 million that comes in. I mean, those are aberrations, you hear about it. But government money is big money, and it can really allow you to scale. And so I think it's why we kind of got seduced by it. And in some ways, for lack of a better word, is because it enables you to do so much. And so then it's hard once you have it to be able to scale it back. And so we tried desperately to diversify, and it was hard, but that's one thing. I mean, I would have diversified. Sure. I also would have, I think the other thing I would just say is to really, and all these things are so interconnected, back to that question about, other direct costs and all that, is really being so uberly focused on your cost structures so that you're not getting too big, or when you think you're getting too big, because it's exciting when you start having all this money come in. It's like, okay, now we need 2 people to do this, and 3 people. We got to build out our finance unit, and we got to build out our programs. I mean, you really start growing, and it's easy to grow and not really have your finger on the pulse of all of your costs. And then when one little lever gets pulled away, or a big lever, you're really exposed.
ShopRite, SA's largest employer, understands that keeping employees motivated goes beyond a salary. But when it comes to rewards, companies across South Africa face the same challenges. Introducing SA's lowest cost reward solution. Unlike traditional reward solutions, ours is completely free. We even give discounts on bulk rewards, so you can give your employees more than you're paying for. All you'll need to send rewards is a cell phone number. For instant rewards, our Money Market Account API allows you to integrate our voucher issuing capability directly into your company. And we'll support you every step of the way. Will your employees love it? Over 500,000 happy employees across all industries and job levels around the country have already received ShopRite Rewards vouchers. All they need to receive their voucher is a cell phone or their extra savings card. With over 1,800 stores and over 100,000 products to choose from, there's something for everyone. How about adding Connect airtime and data to your rewards basket so you can give your employees even more? If you're looking for an effortless and effective employee rewards partner, we've got what you're looking for. Be a part of the growing group of companies who've joined SA's lowest cost rewards partner at moneymarketaccount.co.za and give your people what they want.
As you know, I'm Henk, and I want to introduce our two panelists here. First is Jean Willifie, and he is the General Manager of Financial Services ShopRite. Very important to us. And then Alwyn Dolmo from McRoberts Attorneys. As I said to you earlier, when we got to that first bubble, remember the first bubble where the verification thing? What are we going to do? Alwyn and then step up to the plate, and it's been amazing. And when we got to the trust and transparency, came to see Charles, I was not quite sure. I was introduced to him through a family member, and arrived there. I said to Derek in the parking lot, I'm not quite sure why I am seeing ShopRite. It doesn't make sense. Now I walked in as well, and it was Matt as well with me sitting there, and I started doing my song and dance, and they like poker face, sticky, horrible that now. I get busy with NPO tech. Like, why are you at ShopRite? And at the end, Sean looked at me and he said to me, man, you could tell a story about that night. Remember it? Tell them the story, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Hank. I actually know Hank's brother. So Hank's brother is the country manager for MasterCard. And MasterCard was Mike's employer as well. But as we draw out our financial services aspirations, we work quite closely with MasterCard. And Harwell said, listen, I think you need to meet my brother. They are busy with some really interesting stuff. And I think he shares your passion around financial inclusion and to make sure that money ultimately gets to people that deserve it. So for us, financial inclusion means something quite basic, putting people in the position to pay and to get paid. So there's a lot of other things that the financial inclusion could also be. But when we speak financial inclusion at ShopRite or at ShopRite Financial Services, it's primarily those two functions. And then when Henk showed me the level of transparency that they want to show the donors when people receive money and what they spend it on, we said, but I think we can help. I think that this is something that we can do, because during COVID, we received a lot of telephone calls from very generous donors wanting to pass on gift. First of all, everyone wanted to have these gift bags. And we realized, okay, cool, but with the COVID situation, it's kind of risky and it's the logistics is a bit of a pain. So we built a vouchering platform, actually over the Easter weekend of November, which will allow people to receive a voucher code on their phone, and then they can purchase in our stores. But then we went further on that to say, okay, cool, but how do we give the donor back visibility of what the recipient has bought without overstepping that line of confidentiality? Because you can show what a group of people bought, but I don't want to show you what you specifically bought, right? But you can show people how much of that spend is actually going towards the categories that it's intended for, versus how much of the spend is going to categories that's prohibited, like alcohol, cigarettes, betting, etc. And we've started offering that capability to a lot of corporates that gift employees for whether it's attendance or And then we really stumbled upon our engagements where we thought, wow, this is we could actually go a little bit further. That was quite cool.
Thank you. Now, Arvin, over to you. Can you just, people have been asking me who is Roberts Attorneys. I know it's 1895 and that's all that we can say. So will you please just tell everybody who you are, what you do, all of that, please.
Ja, sure. I'm Mike Zah. John McRobert, founded in 1896. We're turning 130 years old next year. I think we're a full services law firm. We've got offices in Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, with our head office in Victoria. I think I was in the regional meeting, Henk, when through one of our partners you were introduced to McRobert. And I think we found a kindred spirit in iZinga, and I think that's why we're continuing to partner with them. And one of the main reasons is, and I think that was a message today, is sustainability. McRobert doesn't believe in those once-off interactions. We believe in a sustainable, long-term, viable platform. And I think what you guys are trying to do here perfectly complements that with McRobert. And the other thing is we like helping because most of the time attorneys work on a sort of reactive basis. You never come to us with nice problems. And this assists us a little bit in maybe being a little bit proactive and strategically. We enjoy that. And then we've got a pro bono office. You all seen Kashifa. She heads up that office for us. Our trade is, compliance, governance, and so forth. So through that office, we can make a difference.
Thank you very much. Now, also from a corporate perspective, Jean, I'm going to ask you both the same question. Do you think that corporates do enough for the NPO sector? Do you think there's barriers? Because people, we've had, why I'm asking this question is we've had it a lot. People say, you're dealing with the corporate side, not the CSI side. And we go, yes, they're like, why do you go in that way? I mean, I don't know. That's how we went in. So that's just a question like, apart from the corporates, how do you respond to that, Phil?
I think it's you're going to get a different answer. Depends on who you ask. From my personal opinion, there's always more you can do. And it doesn't matter whether you enter the CSR side or whether you enter the corporate side. Humans stay human, right? Some humans want to help people, and some humans is less likely to help people. Sorry, and I think, no, if only it wasn't like that. But I think there's a number of ways we can help. Right, and the CSI side, they may typically give you funding, etc. But through the commercial side, and this is what we appreciate from the partnership so much, is we wanted to help, and we even got to a point where I said there's a lot of stuff that we wanted to do, and then we realized it wasn't our role in the ecosystem to play that. So, for example, we wanted to build a donation site where people can go on and say, we want to donate, and if you don't have a recipient, people could register, and we do it randomly. However, as a retailer or as a corporate, it's a kind of fine line. You kind of need to know where your responsibility starts with it. So yes, do we have the ambition? Absolutely, yes. But that's what it makes so great to work with guys like yourself, where we can enable you with funding, with tools, with systems, access to information, and. So yeah, I think definitely people shouldn't just be restricted to the CSI departments. I think then you're probably leaving good time and money on the table.
Yeah, I think to add on, I think statistically, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but historically, companies that get involved into their communities, invest, we look after our communities, which we are actively involved in, tends to be more sustainable. That's why there's long-term longevity with certain companies as well. I think there's two aspects as well to getting from a large corporate. The one is time. What time can McRobert attorneys give? We can give legal services. It doesn't cost us anything. We can have Kashifa sit there and invest and help you with compliance. And then the second one is there's always the monetary donation, which we try to make. But I think there's more to be done by corporate South Africa, definitely. I think where hopefully governments like where they fail more, we need to step up. And it is a more sustainable solution when corporate South Africa gets involved. And yeah, the more we can do, I think the better. And I think that the key here for us is all sustainability. What we need to do needs to be sustainable. It needs to be long term. It can't be I walk in, I give something and I walk out. It needs to be a proactiveness to how we engage with those.
Give you an idea as well. I'll be very grateful for Mac Roberts for that. We had a couple of, when we were busy putting the due diligence together, suddenly it became, we have to check all the trustees and directors of different entities against the international databases. Otherwise, we get problems at the regulator in the UK. Yeah. Okay. Oh, how are we going to do that? It's very expensive. And you've seen that, how much it is to check each one of these. And immediately, Mac Roberts stepped up to the data and said, we will pick up that cost for you to do that. So, thank you. So now we are one of the only platforms that actually physically checks against all those databases so that we can have that, we can, with a clear conscience, go through. And also, for Suzanne and them, thank you so much. We had so much problems in the UK with bank accounts that we got the board actually gave permission that we can have our on-track ShopRite that we can submit it to the bank see, because they wanted to know where every penny is going and do we have visibility on every penny that goes for ShopRite. So that's sort of the direction, the depth that we've got just to get to this point, and we haven't even launched properly. I'm going to tell you, everybody's been asking me a lot about ShopRite and Mac Roberts. Okay, so now you have the people here. So would you like to ask questions and you can have it directly from them? There's one out of three. Because people are fascinated with our ShopRite and our Mac Roberts.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think my question is not specific to ShopRite or Mac Roberts, but specific to the corporate. I'm Smangele Soni, representing the Maths and Science Leadership Academy from Kimberley, with our managing director, and here I'm serving there as a director, so I have my foot in the corporate because I'm part-time in the NPO. The challenge that I've seen between the two sectors is that the corporate world in South Africa is really struggling. So because of the economy, we're losing jobs, and the first place they go to is the corporate social investments. That's where we cut first. How do we make sure that our NPOs are sustainable, reducing dependency on actual corporates, but also how do you create value to the corporates to make sure that we're not just receivers, but also we create social wealth for the corporates, because it's really a big struggle. The funds are limited, but there's needs in both sides.
You know, I think that if I went to my take with this one, you need to look at your donor profile. If you're going to partner with Mac Roberts, for instance, we're going to look at a mutual beneficial relationship. So what do you do? Assuming you do a lot of training and so forth, we might have a call center environment where we do certain things. So we're happy to invest in your, for instance, your training academy, if that training academy answers a question that we have on our side. Afterwards, employing some of those agents potentially in our debt collection or financial recovery position. So where there's a mutual benefit, it's going to be long-term viable. I think GWF is here, the Good Work Foundation. We actually do that with them at the moment as well. We pay for people to go through the academy. I don't know if sometimes we would absorb them, sometimes not. But there's a mutual beneficial relationship here. And I think in the going it's tough and the money starts pinching, where the corporates can get a tangible benefit out of it, they will continue to partner.
Well, maybe if I can just add to agree. Corporates typically think about their stakeholders. So who's their stakeholders? Customers. Try and keep customers happy. Try and keep your staff happy so that you don't use your best performing staff. Try and keep your investors happy. And ultimately be sustainable so that you can keep them happy next year as well. So when we look at opportunities, whether it's from a profits perspective or whether it's from a customer value proposition or a brand perspective, that our customers will like it, our staff will like it, our investors will like it. And that's usually where we try and find the win-win. just writing a check. I think less and less corporates are open to that these days, just because everyone's panel is a bit tight. But we also realize we can't ignore the fact that we won't be sustainable, the country won't be sustainable if we all don't chip in and out. So
one thing that we also picked up the last couple of years, and also we're speaking to a lot of foundations and corporates. Derek and I decided we are speaking to everybody. You want to speak to us, we'll speak to you. So we kissed a lot of frogs, but there was a couple of days. No, we did feasible for us. Okay. But this thing that everybody, like you say, that's for all the NPOs here, if you want to deal with corporates or with foundations or with family offices, is you need to have your story straight and you need to have trust and transparency. That is the two things. Resources are limited. People, the help is out there. Everybody wants to help, but they want to know where it's going. How are you doing that? You need to be transparent. That's really, that's what I'll say is the big thing. Have your nose clean. Otherwise, you're going to be sorry.
Thanks, Henk. Got a question.
Hello, I'm Alvin. I'm Jean. Yeah, Zach over here. I wanted to ask, as we speak about trust quite often through the day, but what are some of the, if you're welcome to share, some of the acid tests or smell tests that reduce your anxiety when starting a partnership? What are the red flags that you see? And you're like, look, like we had the example earlier from Jill that they didn't have a website. And so that was a red flag. What are some of the personal flags or smell tests or acid tests that you see? And you're like, I'm not even worth it because I know this is not going to work.
My favorite, personal favorite, other men obviously, where we sit in with, we chat to somebody, and especially in the UK, Joel, you feel a couple of things at that moment, and you say, and when you get 4 stars, we hand you over to ShopRite, we open a new bank account, and they go like pale. Then we know, okay, come, no can you put with those. And then they ask and they say, why do I have to open a new bank account? And I go, but how am I going to give trust and transparency if I can't see where the money is? Yes. Yeah, but we've got bank accounts. Yes, I know. But if you want money from my platform, it goes into a ShopRite account because we got visibility on it. We know where it goes. We know there can't be cash drawn out of it. There's all regulations, little bits and bobs that I have to take. And then they go, no, it's not going to work for them. The CFO won't allow. We just swallowed it. Afterwards, I'll phone Joe. Joe go, oh, they're renowned for huge commissions on fundraising. And they're renowned for that. Well, my other favorite was very well-known NPO in Sandton said to us when we said your financial statements, he said, no, they can't do they can't upload their financial statements. So we said, but why not? No, that's our secret source. I went, oh, really? Not another wall thou for corruption is secret source. So you pick that red flags up just to answer you very good. We've been doing this grid and sorting it out. We pick it up so quickly now. If somebody is there or they get stuck on a certain point, then you know, okay, you're going to be not on up that. Like it's not going to.
Yeah, and I think to add to your question as well, as an attorney firm, we focus extensively on compliance. So when we onboard, whether it's from a CSI perspective or a normal corporate client, there's a process that we go through. We go through FICA documentation, copy requirements, letter of engagements. We can go on and on and on and on. And you pick up in those processes where somebody is hesitant to give you something. They're worried about disclosing shareholding, or they're worried about disclosing some sort of document that we need to make it compliant. And in that, Kashifo mentioned it earlier, in those red flag moments, you pick up something. But I want to flip it around as well to say, one of our hunting with Robert, one of the reasons why we're successful is we truly believe in compliance. We go up and above. We do ISO verifications. We're busy with PCI verifications. There's so many verifications we go through. And instead of seeing compliance as a cost, we all talk about the cost of compliance. You spend 20% of your day just keeping out of trouble. See it rather as a differentiating factor. What is the benefit of compliance? And I think this is where iZinga comes in. And when you engage with the donor, my POPI is in place, my PIA is in place, my RMCPs are in place, my NDAs are in place, and I've got social media policies in place. When we take picture, we don't post children, for instance, all those little nuances. And it becomes a setting exercise as well. So you got to change your mind from the cost of compliance to the benefit of compliance.
Maybe if I can just add 2 points. So, am I going to qualify or disqualify someone if they've got a website? Absolutely not. I've actually seen some of the best, whether it's businesses or tech entrepreneurs or NPOs, that's so full of passion, that is so in it for the cause, that they honestly just haven't come to a website yet. They do a fantastic job. And it's so, and those ones you don't want to miss either. So is it good to have a good public image? Absolutely. Does it help to have a proper public image with testimonials, all of those things? Yes, people really find comfort in that. So that's the first thing. The second thing for me is you quickly realize how quickly people start changing it from the purpose into money. Then for me, that's usually a bit of a red flag as well, because I thought we were all here for the purpose, and the money will get us to the purpose. And then thirdly, and I think you mentioned it well, is it's this whole thing around compliance. Back in the day, we gave people that needed funds cash, and there wasn't audit trails on that. Then after that, some people got gift cards, or maybe there was audit trails around that or not. But as technology and advances, it leaves a very, very, very strong trail of exactly who does what, where, and when, so that there's no guesswork. You can actually measure it in real-time dashboards. You can say exactly what store, what time, what till, etc. They buy which items. And that's why when we spoke to Ink and Derek, it said, we can offer you a lot of things, but the ones we feel most comfortable with is the ones with the strongest audit trail behind it. Because if there's something goes wrong with compliance, or if there's someone's got a question, then you can be transparent. And that was what I really liked about the iZinga value proposition, is the total transparency. And that's why we're very committed and involved.
That's very important. Jill, thank you again for that. This morning when I spoke and I said that we didn't know, our big problem was how do we restore the trust and transparency between the European donor, and because as you all know, it's state capturing all the nasty hojas. And the only way to do that is to be able to track every penny. Yeah. If you can't do that, we bear for water. And that's why we're very grateful for that.
Maybe just another point to add. If you put yourself in a corporate shoes, then you've typically got quite a lot of staff and you've got a lot of people to look after. And you only had one brand. And we don't like gambling with brands, right?
Not at all. You get what? Just go straight for.
100%. And one or two cases that or customers that you didn't treat the way that your brand promises there, then your brand uses serious damage. So for us, it was a big decision. Do we even entertain or do we get part of this? Because our role in the society is food security and making sure that people get access to affordable food. And we've grown it out into financial services. So when corporates get involved, make sure that, and when you want to get corporates involved, make sure that they realize that you will respect their brands the same way as what they respect their brand.
Yeah, absolutely. Your brand is everything. That's why you need to be sustainable. Well, we've had a situation where we walked away from partnerships. We felt it wasn't complementary to our values. And they fall into your value system, your ecosystem that makes you sustainable. And it doesn't go into that, you need to walk away. We've had scenarios where we've asked people to take our testimonials down from the websites. This is not where we are. It's few and far between. But again, to your point as well, if you partner, go look at who you want to partner with and make sure it's complementary to those brands as well.
Also an interesting one, it opens up new possibilities. One of the things that we've sort of discussed like down the line Say, for instance, there's a big problem in KwaZulu-Natal that is flooding, okay, and everything is electricity off. Utilizing ShopRite's voucher system, and they can donate for our platform, we can literally get vouchers to those people without them even just on their phones to go and get relief from ShopRite stores immediately. So we can, because we've integrated and we've got a platform, it's all digital, there's a lot of options. We've spoken about possibilities, but we will have another conference and then we'll say the next steps, can we just get more first? One thing at a time.
Henk, sorry, you got a question, Chris?
Okay, so John, this is for you. And maybe, Henk, you've now said what you wanted to say, but practically, I've got some of the answers, but maybe for the audience, if the money flows into the ShopRite Money Market account, like how do we have access to that money? And because it can't just be transferred to your bank account. So yeah, maybe just want to answer that.
Okay, cool. So how we typically set it up, we're always flexible to a degree as long as the system can cater for it, because we don't do anything manual on that platform. So typically we set up a account for a specific reason, for let's say for an NGO. That money goes into a holding account. That money then depends on you, who you distribute that to. In order to distribute to a person, we need their mobile number. We need to know how much you would want to distribute. All of the communications and stuff will be under your brand, so that they can know it's not some other, you've won the Nigerian lottery or something. You actually, the person knows that then why they've received the money, SMSs, educating them of exactly how to use it. If we then see people haven't used the account, we remind them and we'll call them to make sure that people use the money. There's no, our business model is not there to have money in accounts. That's not, we wanted to disperse it and people need to use it. You as an NPO, then on your, every single one of your accounts is tagged to the holding account. You've got a dashboard to see exactly who's used, who hasn't used, how much they've used. You can set up rules in terms of certain categories being compliant versus non-compliant. So you've got full control. And then the next time you want to disperse, quite often we see people that has transacted or on liquor or cigarettes. The NPO would say, if you called an extra out of disbursement, we don't disperse to those people. Or you can, even through the platform, you can send in notifications to say, hang on, the funds was intended for baby food, or the funds was intended for food, and you've used it for electricity or airtime. It wasn't the purpose of it. Don't do that again.
You've got an app as well. You want to tell them about the app on the phone?
Yeah, so from a consumer's perspective, from a recipient's perspective, so do you need to have an account before you receive money? No. The pure fact that the money gets dispersed to you, that money then gets tied to your mobile number, and that money will wait for you until you just log in and choose, we ask name, surname, ID number, and we ask you to choose a password. And the reason for that is if your mobile number changes, your money is not lost. So we may want to make sure that your money always stays or against the beneficiary. So then that beneficiary can either link the extra savings card to their accounts and use their extra savings card to transact. So it's you swipe and enter the PIN like a bank card, or you can use your mobile app to transact. There's a website and there's a WhatsApp channel. And if you get stuck, you can just go to any of the money markets in front of our stores. Those cashiers will be able to help you.
So it operates like a normal bank account.
Your beneficiary is a donkey. Oh, doesn't.
Only a happy smile.
But hopefully someone feeds that donkey. And and then we'll elect that person so that we can the donkeys some lettuce.
Look, where do you spend your money, or you can do whatever you want
with the cash, with the money in your account. You can spend it on electricity, on airtime, on buying toothpaste for the donkey. Yeah. The whole thing is, we just need to know where that money is going. And it's just that you could spend it on whatever you want. I just need to track the money.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now, can I just say that when a donor gives you money specifically for, you ask for bicycles for the kids to ride from school, you need to buy the bicycles. Because if you go back and say, I bought head time, but wait a minute, I thought you were buying bicycles. But I mean, that's up to you. We're not going to be able to.
Yeah, we're not going to, for this specific thing, say, Meneer Kuruman wants to buy a new troughs for the donkeys. That's going to be, in about a couple of months, we'll be able to load those campaigns. We are developing that on the platform, that you can say, I need a new car or bicycles. And we will speak to ShopRite and say, can they maybe do the deal on bicycles for the NPO? And then we'll load that, Libo can donate for that specific project as well. But that's only going to be early next year. So that's coming. But at the moment, I can just give, and I just want to track the money. Let's just do that.
Maybe a last point just on that. Sorry. Just remember, we kind of came into this by accident. But we were designing for something else, and then we met Henk and Derek, and we said, okay, cool, we can help. And as we know and understand this market further, we'll obviously evolve our tech. We are not NPO experts, and I don't think anyone in our business would be able to call themselves an NPO expert. But over time, we'll learn more and we'll make our systems relevant. As long as you guys communicate and help us learn, then, yeah.
That's the big thing, is please give us feedback. So just a second, Derek, from the beginning, we've been telling everybody, we are doing the world's first thing here. I mean, it's so simple. Donate, track, and give reporting. I mean, it's so simple. It's nowhere in the world being done before. So we are really literally making it up as we go. We need input from all of you. If you pick something up, if you have a suggestion, please email Derek, myself, anybody of the team. And we will deal with ShopRite and McRoberts and all our partners to say, let's fix this. So the feedback is going to be crucial for us to grow.
Okay, Margaret and Alicia from Miklat in Liparo. Okay, we have a question. With this system, can we pay our staff, considering that 70% of our costs are staff?
Yeah, only if you pay them in hay, of course.
Yeah, we were thinking, like bonus, like December bonus, can we, for instance, use this vouchers for bonuses?
Absolutely. So we actually do. That's how a big part of the system actually started. So we see over December, pretty much from now till mid-January, we see corporates gift vouchers, whether it's for Christmas or whether it's back to school vouchers. People are very, very, very generous over this time of year. So absolutely you can. Can you pay your staff so that they can withdraw cash? Yes, they can as well. There's two separate accounts. The one that we use for, let's say for the gifting and for the NPOs, we suggest, and once again, it's your choice, you use a closed loop system so that you can have full visibility, because as soon as people withdraw the money, we also don't have visibility at that point. So we can, so on the closed loop system where you can't withdraw the money, but you can buy products and services, we can give you literally till the final product, we can give you that visibility. But for your staff, absolutely yes. You can grab me afterwards. Or I can get their numbers. We'll set you guys up for that. It's very easy. It's a free account there. Your staff don't pay any. There's no bank charges or stuff on the account. Sorry, yeah, and their money is safe.
Just by the way, there's going to be well, Tracy's not here to say that. It's going to be the cheapest bank account for an APO in South.
So can I just add to that a real world scenario, right? Say, let's use the mother's mentors as an example, right? So my concern actually, as I'm paying now the mentor, but now I'm almost forcing her to expose what would have been her private salary, how she's spending it.
No. You are the NPO. What you pay that person, I don't see what she does with her money. It's really for her. She's the beneficiary. Nobody has asked us so far to go to the end, say the staff members. That's my journey stops at the NPO. I give you the £100, and I would sort of see how you spend it. I don't go and check what they do with it. No, that's yeah.
Yeah, so on that mother as an example, right? So we don't track the spend that's on the bank account. So we offer a free bank account, and that's cool. So she can get their salary if you want, then or she can elect another account. However, let's say you wanted the mother to buy nappies or baby food or something on the NPO's behalf, that you can track. They say, once again, you guys can set the rules. This is a tech platform that gives you visibility and traceability, and you can choose and agree with the staff of what you want to track or what you want to trace or not. We will just honor that wish.
Thank you.
The big thing is we just need to track it, and it can't be cash. That's basically it. The rest is all in the ecosystem between us and you and ShopRite.
Hi, I think you may have answered my question. Is it possible for once the beneficiary receives the cash or the voucher to be able to then pass it on to somebody else? Example, like the staff member. They receive it in Johannesburg, they decide, actually, I want to send this this money or this voucher to my family in Duba, and they can forward it on.
Absolutely. So we've got both in cash. So the currency stays in its true form. So let's say if you receive cash into the bank account, it will stay cash. So you can transfer it from one account to another account, and that will stay cash. If you've received it in the form of a voucher, it will stay in the form of a voucher. Vouchers can never go into cash from a compliance perspective, because otherwise your deposit taking them is, I'm pretty sure we can keep each other busy for a long time. But however, yes, it's free and it's instant. If it wasn't popular, I would have asked you for your telephone number and I would have sent you a voucher right now. But I'll tell you afterwards, and they knew we don't overstep the compliance.
One last question to add to that. Is it purely ShopRite or is it the ShopRite group? Is it a checker? Is all of them? Okay, awesome.
ShopRite checkers, USave, and we're also rolling this out into our OK stores over the next year or so.
I think just maybe one thing you need to be careful of, maybe paying bonuses or salaries via the system, is the PAYE, payroll implications and all that sort of stuff. I know it's not iZinga's problem, but it's you as an NPO's problem to make sure if they are over certain thresholds, have you paid UIF and all that sort of stuff. So just be quite careful of that as well. I wouldn't recommend it personally.
Are you listening? Free legal advice. I just want to make it very clear. Remember, when you get 4 stars on our platform, that's when the platform triggers you to open the ShopRite account. We open 2 accounts for you at ShopRite. The one is the voucher account and the one is the money market account. Okay, at the same time. Because the donor in the UK can decide if they want to give a voucher. And as John said, the voucher, when it starts as a voucher in London, it ends as a voucher in South Africa. It can never become money. Okay. Just remember that. There's 2 different routes that we've designed in the way that it can come in. So just remember that, to never swap. If the donor decides they're uncomfortable to give you pounds, they're going to give you a voucher, the voucher will land to you. Okay. We have to give the donor that option because of where we stand at the moment with everything.
Thank you. You have a question here?
Hi there, Julia Phipps from the Tandawazi Maths and Science Academy in Johannesburg. So on the money account that you're speaking about, would you be able to pay suppliers? For example, we buy textbooks and we buy food and other things. Are you able to pay your suppliers from that money account?
So yes, we just need to pick which suppliers. But yes, on the cash accounts, yes, you will be able to. On the voucher account, depends on which suppliers, and we'll just make sure that we load those suppliers. So like, for example, textbooks or books or stationery, I promise you, I think we'll probably give you a better price than what you get elsewhere. But with textbooks, though, we don't do that. So we will need to find you a solution for that.
But just please speak to us. Like there's nothing is a problem. Just communicate. Okay, remember we're in baby steps here. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Natalie Moeller from the Upliftment Program. I think a big thing that this is leading to is that not only the supply of money and the vouchers from ShopRite, but essentially an opportunity for all the NPOs to create the big ask. My experience in working with a number of NPOs, my sister's one, and some of my other clients and friends, is that we're very good at doing the work at grassroots level, but we don't know how to ask exactly what we need. And I think where the platform could assist is often, hi, our computer recently broke and we're needing a computer. Often people are going, well, I've just upgraded and our computer's still brand new, but here's a computer. So it could create a space where we're actually openly asking for the big ask, not necessarily just money.
Sure, sorry. Look, 100%. I mean, a lot of donors are quite happy to give you, you ask for a computer, they'll give you the computer rather than the money for the computer. So 100%.
Thanks. We have a question up here.
Hi, Louise from Nature Connect. Just on the service providers, so in the conservation sector specifically, there's a lot of specialized equipment that we might be applying for that isn't necessarily in any of the stores, whichever one it might be. And then things like transport as well is a big thing that we all work with, I think. But specialized stuff like camera traps for the fouts or water monitoring kits, that's very specific and specialized. And I would imagine the medical NGOs would have very specialized things. I think that area is something that we need to look at because it's going to make it very difficult to pay providers otherwise or use our funds.
Yeah, so on the medical stuff, it's for us it's a little bit easier because we've got in the group we've got a company called Charles Fogg, and we are in Medira, so we could probably cover some of that. I agree with you on the other side. It's probably something that we haven't thought about of, and it's something that's not directly in our ecosystem. It's once we know what you guys need, we will make sure that we can move the money to in a compliant way.
It's a definite. We can help. Just take touch. That's it. Just speak. Give us the information, and we will make a plan. If we can't, we'll make another plan. But
can help in natural.
Yeah, those are the best. But and also, to exploit. Let's say you've got a specific supplier. We'll just arrange that supplier as a bill payment, and then you can pay them. Remember, because of what the only role we actually play is just providing you a audit trail of where the funds went. And some of the funds will be used in our ecosystem, but we're not going to say you can only use it in our ecosystem. The rest of the stuff we'll try and accommodate it. Yeah.
And then the tentacles up. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I'm staying real world. I'm staying real world because I know I'm speaking on behalf of many of us, right? I'm still with the mothers, and I'm like, real world, most of us are paying people, right? And so if operations is 20%, 15%, I'm still going to need the 15%. So my question is, there's the certain amount that I can actually use in the field, but then I'm going to need to transfer it into my account some way so that I can pay and still do PAYE.
Unfortunately, you cannot do that. Because then they are going to close us down in the UK. If that money needs to be spent out of that account, you can never, ever transfer it into your NPO account. Never. Not going to happen because then we lose all traceability on it. Then it's a game over.
Yep.
Not going to happen. And it takes, I also, Jean, I want to take for somebody to open a ShopRite account.
Takes you about 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Okay, so no, and you just need a cell number and a ID number. So no reason. But just never, just as a very important question, no circumstances ever can you put the money from what we bring in from your ShopRite NPO account into your own NPO account, because that moment we lose visibility, we indeed trouble.
So real world, those salaried people become beneficiaries.
Yes, it takes 90 seconds for them and you can pay them.
And then we just need to have our proper paper trail of our PAYE.
It's not difficult.
These are artists, cunt. Super.
Just to say, we are not here to run the NGO.
Yes.
All right. If anything, anybody else?
Yes, my question is for Jean. Sorry, I'm Jem Thompson from Good Work Foundation. So will you have like a fund manager or someone who then helps you allocate that money and make the purchase or whatever it is? So each nonprofit you work with will have like an account manager or whatever, for want of a better word, that will then help you allocate that fund or spend that money in that money market account.
Yeah. Okay. So what we've got account managers. But what you also see at let's say the first month, it feels like a more hands-on approach. Thereafter, we can either give you a load API or a Dash interface, and you can literally allocate the money to the beneficiaries yourselves. We typically help you for the first month just to make sure that everyone that receives the money knows how to work the stuff, and once you guys are comfortable, you can pretty much do exercise.
Sorry, can you give a real life example of how you're doing that right now with a corporate or with somebody else?
Yeah, for example, Ocean Basket, right? Quite often in the weekdays, the restaurants are not that busy, and they gift the waiters additional like a voucher, food voucher. Distel, for example, they used to you'd be able to go to a Distel or Stellenbosch Farmers and stuff to get part of your employee benefits was to get some of the liquor that caused a big logistical concern. So what we said, okay, just do the disbursements to all of your from exec level all the way down to the grassroots, and people can just walk into any ShopRite, Checkers, or liquor store and just kind of pick the liquor from the shops. Nando's, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of companies that are on a daily basis, and all of those started, what you call it, manually, but all of those are fully automated. We don't, they get a reminder when their funds are running low, so they know when they need to top up, and the rest runs all automatically. There was another example in COVID. The government was struggling to get people older than, I think it was 50, to get their second COVID shot or the flu jab. And the government approached us to say, listen, can we not incentivize? I said, well, I don't know how to, but if you guys want to do something, sure, we can make a plan. And they said, no, they want to give everyone a 200 Rand voucher once they've received their second flu shot. So we integrated into the national health system. As soon as you got that SMS to say, I can call you now, registered your second flu shot. Oh, yeah. You got a second SMS to say you've done a ShopRite food voucher. So all of that, if the government can automate it, I can show you how.
That's a person.
Another question there?
Thanks. I'm Noreen Klatsky from the Service Dining Rooms. I just want to double check. So can you use this account to pay your municipal water for your building, SARS directly for your tax, the UIF, and all these other things that we have as overheads for our organization? And then just a quick one. I hope you're not supporting the DOP system through the system.
We're definitely not supporting the DOP system, that's for sure. On your first question, yes. So if you go to our money markets today in store, you can pay for electricity, you can pay all of your municipal bills, etc. SARS, I'm not sure. I need to check it. I actually don't think so. But if that's a requirement, SARS will be open just to get payments. We should probably accept the payments in our stores regardless. So I'm going to take that one as a bit of free advice. But yeah, so most of the stuff, if you think about from insurances, you can pay debt repayments, municipality bills, traffic fine, all of those things. There's about 800 and odd different type of billers you could pay in the front of our stores. So we should be covering majority of those.
Hi, I'm Lizelle Coombs from Angels Resource Centers. So we don't get donations and funds like that. So we sell a service. But what we do have is a whole lot of hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurs all across rural South Africa. And we have to buy stuff for them all the time with grant funds that must go towards them. So would we be able to, because that's one of our big problems is the guys want to buy stuff for their little shops we work with the entrepreneurs only. So now they need goods like they have a spaza shop or they maybe have whatever their business is, a hairdresser or construction company. So now at the moment we buy things for them in Cape Town, Joburg, and then we courier it to them or we use Take a Lot, and we just think maybe could we put money into the money market account and open an account for each of our entrepreneurs, and they can just go to USafe, because there's usually not a ShopRite or a Checkers, but there's inevitably a USafe close by, or actually a vicinity that's closer than shipping in from Cape Town or Joburg. We also do work in Kuruman. For example, Pofadder, Gariepens on the water, we definitely do work there. Places like that, there's somewhere a USafe.
Absolutely.
So is that something, can we put money into those accounts? Okay.
That is probably one of the easiest user journeys with the part.
And can we open the accounts for them, or do they need to open it? Is it on an app or?
So the mere fact that you are pushing money to that mobile, as long as you know the beneficiary's mobile number, telephone number, the fact that, let's say you give them 1,000 rand, right? That 1,000 rand will then go onto SMS on their phone. It's not one of those that you can lose. That money is there. As soon as they then open the app and just register, that money gets allocated automatically. So if they lose it's not like the old school, if someone sends you a voucher code. Now you lose the SMS, or if someone deleted the SMS, the money is gone. It doesn't work like that. That money stays there and waits until you register and goes automatically into your account.
Sorry, just the last one. Sometimes we very seldom actually want them to have cash, because they're supposed to buy stationery, but necessarily ends up being a bottle of wine. So we need to kind of be able to say, can we put something in? Is there like a trolley? Almost like shopping online, like you do Take a Lot or something.
So the voucher will avoid them withdrawing cash. And the second thing, but this won't necessarily help you on that specific example, but it might help other people. So the money market account's getting integrated into 6060 also later this month. So let's call it worst case. Next month, you'll be able to pay with that on 6060 as well. You'll also be able to pay with that on our cash and carry stores or any of our wholesale stores.
Thank you. We've got another question here.
Afternoon, I'm Deborah Van Dongen from Hearts of Hope Children's Home in Johannesburg. So just two questions. Where does the donor information reside? As beneficiaries, do we get to know who the donor is? And secondly, from a SARS point of view, I'm assuming South Africans can also donate. If the donor wants a Section 18A, who does that? Do we do it as the beneficiary? You're, from what I understand, not the beneficiary or the broker. So I just want to get the SARS Section 18A compliance and where the donor information is. Thank you.
Ricardo, do you want to take that second one?
So the last question about the 18A. As iZinga Assist, we're in the process of sorting out our 18A. Now, keep in mind the 18A is only applicable to local donations. That's the one requirement. The second requirement is that the recipients or the activities must be in South Africa, right? So we've got that distinction in terms of the organizations on the platform that are 18A and that are not 18A. So in terms of that particular requirement, once that is in place, iZinga would be able to assist it's further down the line, but would be able to specifically manage that process.
Donor information.
Yeah. Yes. So look, you'll see there's reference to the iZinga Assist family. It refers to a group of companies. So there's the NPC locally, the non-profit company that's been incorporated. But it's also part of the IZ UK-based company or companies, which would actually do the fundraising on the side of the UK. So in terms of the donor in South Africa, that is actually the NPC, not the donor in the UK. Even though, the funds are aimed at the beneficiaries in South Africa, but iZinga Assist NPC would operate as what's called a conduit facility, in that context. So of course, in terms of collecting the information, personal information relating to the question earlier, personal information from donors in the UK are subject to the GDPR regulations. So even in terms of our agreement with the donors, it's subject to those restrictions. Henk, is that an acceptable question? Thank you very much.
So basically, we've got we're a registered UK entity, the CIO, Community Interest Organisation, and the donor information stays with us. We can only give it. We are going to ask one of the things that Derek has been asking quite a bit. We are asking the donors, would you like to share your information with the NPO in South Africa? If they say no, we keep it. If they say yes, we'll pass it on. The donor has the choice. Okay. Does it answer your question? Yes. All right. I think we brought last question.
Hi, I'm Ronita from St. Luke's Hospice. So I have two questions, and excuse my lack of understanding of the way this whole works. So is it a kind of FSP, financial service provider? And potentially, if there's cash put into the money market, would it attract interest? And then the second question is, we have a donor from the US who we potentially want to look at this as a platform. Could we get the donor to put the money into the money market? And how would the forex exchange work? Thanks.
Okay, cool. So, first, it is FSD. Excuse me. So, both Shoprite Financial Services and Shoprite Checkers is a registered FSP. So that's fine. The second piece is, can the UN or the UK or the US put money directly into the funds? Yes, we will display the funds. Whatever clears into our South African bank accounts will be reflected into your account. But I can get our Treasury Department also just to help if that might help. Your third question was?
Yeah.
The interest. No. So, and we're going to tell you why there's no interest, right? So if you look, so this product was designed for the end consumer. So if you look at and with financial inclusion in mind, if you look at 90+% of the end consumers, they pay more bank charges than they earn interest.
Yeah.
Okay. And when we surveyed our customers and said, what is one of the things that you would change about banking if you could? They said, if I put 100 Rand into the accounts, I wish it could stay 100 Rand. And we said, okay, cool, let's do that. I'll give you charge 0 deposit fees, 0 monthly fees, 0 account fees, etc. We've got one single charge, is where you do a cash withdrawal, there's a 5 Rand charge. But with person-to-person transactions, when you buy electricity, all of those, there's 0 fees on that. So, and that's the reason why we don't pay interest. We basically take the interest component and we subsidize it with the transaction fees. But at the end, the typical customer we serve wins.
That's one of the reasons why it was so attractive for us. Where the money stays there, there's no frills and it's traceable. Well, that's the end of No, you can't ask a question.
Hi, I just want to, I think, make a point.
Okay.
This money market account with ShopRite is specific to iZinga. So your donor, if you were saying, so your US donor, they will have to use a different, your normal NPO banking account. They won't be able to use the ShopRite money market accounts because this specific account is utilized in order to come from an iZinga donor and check the usage of it. So I think that point needs to be clarified, and just make sure that yes, you're getting the service from ShopRite as fantastic, but you can't use it for your other NPO. Yes, the money will come from an iZinga donor because that's the journey. We are connecting donors from the UK and all of that to South African NPOs.
It's time I stretch these legs. Book a little adventure. See the grandkids. Look at properties. London, Dubai, New York. Why settle? Be a global citizen.
If it's on your mind, it's on ours. Partner with a wealth banker that will connect your global banking, lending, and investments on a single platform.
Uyoti watabuka phina wemtaka baba inkaba yakho yona yempelwe phina awumazi umkhulu awumazi ukhokho uyotuluthini na Mabekubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini 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 na Mazi umkhulu awumazi ukhokho thuluthini na Awumazi umalume, awumazi umamncane thuluthini na Awumazi umshana, awumazi umzala thuluthini na Mabekubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini na Mabekubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini na Mabekubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini na Ubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini na Awumazi umkhulu awumazi ukhokho thuluthini na Awumazi umalume awumazi umamncane thuluthini na Awumazi umshana awumazi umzala thuluthini na Mabekubuza abantu bezizwe uyothuluthini 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 na Yes, uyoqamba manje ukhumba ihlobo. Sanibonani, 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 sanibonani. Hi, it's time for iZinga. Just like that. Ekapa lodumo. And under the Table Mountain. The Table Mountain is witnessing a special day today. What song was that? It says, uyothuluthini mabekubuza abantu bezizwe. When you don't know where your umbilical cord is buried, what is the place that you call home, that sense of belonging? When they ask you, who's your father, who's your mother, who's your grandmother, your grandfather, your grandparents, your aunt, your uncles, even your cousins, you don't know them. How is that? When people of other nationalities ask you who you are, will you keep quiet? You'll have nothing to say. Because you never found out about where you come from, who you are, where you place yourself in this big big world of billions of people, you need to have a place where you come from. I, the youngest daughter of Baba Mhlophe, I am nokugcina wakamhlophe kazindela kankomonhle kathumbeza okhuthaza abaphuthaza izulu abanye belesaba ontombi ezenda ngonyezi ezabafokazana zenda ngomnyama. That's me. Yeah. When you think of all of those names that I've quoted of my grandparents and great-great-grandparents and where we come from, it is extremely important. Whether I'm standing on a stage in Kyoto, in Japan, whether I find myself in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, whether I'm in Sweden, it doesn't matter where I am. I tell them, I don't doubt who I am. When you have a sense of self, you don't go around imitating other people's cultures, trying to be like so-and-so, like so-and-so. And it is a gift that our parents gave us. When you meet other people and they ask you who you are, and you're able to explain and share to them who you are, they also wish to share. There's something reciprocal about that. And they tell you where they come from. And when they tell you where they come from, they tell you who their parents are, and you think, Haibo, there's a connection there. We find the connections, and every single time I travel, whether I'm in Senegal, whether I'm in Egypt, it doesn't matter where I am, traveling in Malawi, meeting their national storyteller. By the way, I've been very lucky to meet Chitenje Tambala, an amazing man. He was blind by the time I met him, but what a mean storyteller. What a beautiful voice that sings. Oh my goodness. So when you meet these different people and you see, they tell you about their lives, about their experiences and the food they eat and the spaces that make them tick, you think human beings are more alike than they are different. We are more alike than we are different. And that's what I like about stories. And I'm thinking about when we look back in time, and there are people who think about the creator who created everything. There are people who say, we just popped out of rocks. I don't know, there are people like that. But when you think back, when the world was young, so young in the process of becoming, some people will tell you there was nothing at all, neither light nor darkness. I beg to differ. I'll tell you, there must have been joy and there was promise. And that joy and promise gave birth to rhythm. The very rhythm that keeps our hearts beating, whether we are asleep or awake. The very rhythm that keeps our hearts going, whether we're rich or poor. And the very rhythm that helps a child who takes their first steps. It doesn't matter in which part of the world. And we are so excited when we see a child take their first steps. It is the very rhythm that helps a boy who falls in love with the cowhide drum at a coming of age ceremony. It is the very rhythm that keeps the waves of the ocean coming and going and coming and going. It is that same rhythm that makes sure the seasons follow each other through time, whether it is winter and then spring, and then summer, and then fall again. It just continues like that. But I tell you for sure, it is that very rhythm that inspires the tongue of the storyteller to tell a story. And you come from a land where we celebrate oral tradition. You remember our great-great-grandparents when they used their tongues and dipped them on their saliva, and they wrote on the page of the ear of the listeners. And they told the stories as the sun was setting, as the first star appeared. And by saying, "Kwesugela," and everybody around the fire responded, "Kosi," simply meaning, we are ready to listen. Kwesugela? Kwesugela? Simply meaning we are ready to listen. And that first star out there, in isiXhosa it is called uCelizapolo. In isiZulu it is called isicelankobe. In isiSotho, I don't know what it's called in Kotlin. I used to know, I forgot. And is it English? What? Can you get some white people here? That's the thing when you don't have enough white people. Can we have indigenous white people who know what is that star that shows up after sunset? That one. Exactly. Don't disappoint me. Man mustn't be like there are no white people in the house. You know, when I look at iZinga, I see that Venus saying it's story time. When I see iZinga says to, it looks like a star. Hello? Hello, star? It looks like a star saying, tell your story. Know who you are. Know why you are doing what you are doing and tell us where it came from. I truly believe that these ideas, these dreams we have are planted for a purpose in our hearts. And then sometimes we fear how we're going to share them with somebody else. My father would say, we are siloma. I didn't even know the word siloma, where it comes from. But there's a way of dismissing somebody's idea when it is not yours. And people will find a reason why it would fail. It would never work. Why would you do that? Huh? You should be doing this. They find anything else that you should be doing instead of doing what you think you are feeling inside you. You know that somehow you're going to find like-minded people and journey together and work to make this dream, this idea, this possibility, this spark come alive. And years later, when it has come alive and people ask, what do you do? And you try to explain to them, I was sitting alone and I was just, this thing just occurred to me. What? It just is like, on a normal Thursday, and you fumble this way and that way. But over time, you find a way of explaining what you do and why you do it. When I'm thinking about how we started doing the Nozincwadi literacy campaign, I was zigzagging, flying all over the place, going to different parts of the world, and then I would have this uncontrollable desire to go home. And I would take the first flight out of Johannesburg. I promise you, by 9 a.m. I was already in Hammersdale. Small town between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. And Mama would say, you never wrote a letter to say you are coming. Now imagine if I wrote a letter. 3 weeks it would take for the letter to arrive at home to say that I am coming. I'm taking the first flight. I want to arrive today. So I'd hear the news. So-and-so, we are so-and-so is going to get married. And then so-and-so, hayibo, uyazi akave qhuba kahle university. So-and-so is doing well at university. I catch up on the news, and then I take off my watch, put it over there. I'm going to be home for 3 weeks. And then I put away my file of facts. Did anybody ever? I don't need my file of facts for 3 weeks. And then I'm chilling, I'm sitting at home, I'm catching up on the news, and so he's taking a fourth wife. Aibo, imali, izovela, where's the money going to come from? I hear all of this news, I'm so relaxed. And then my father goes to the bedroom. Uya, he has changed, he's wearing his green overalls. He's taking some working tools. Ati, noqina, asambe sosebenza emathuneni. I'm thinking, I pretend as if I'm wrong. I did not hear. And then he insists, asambe sosebenza emathuneni. Let's go work in the graves. And Mama says, no. Noqina is tired. She is tired. She's been working in Canada. Because I just come back from Canada. So she's been working in Canada. She's tired. It is Kananda in isiZulu, right? Even Cato Ridge in isiZulu is called Kitolishi. And she protested. My father did not raise his voice. He said, asambe. And so I realized this man is not joking. So I went and changed and wore some comfortable clothes to go and work in the family graveyard. And we took our tools and we went. Everybody who died after 1934 is buried there. But why 1934? Because in 1934, there was a great big sale. Engomankulu, where many Mhlophe people lived. 2 white farmers bought the land. From who, for how much, we will never know. But they bought the land. And they said, it's either you work for us or you get lost. My grandfather chose to get lost. That is how we ended up on the banks of Umngadodo River in Hammersdale. And there are so many rocks, I don't know what they were thinking. They had to pull big rocks and build a house. Now our house, the walls are solid. The rocks are not going anywhere. The only thing you would need to fix is the roof, really, from time to time. But those rocks are just standing. And that's our home. And we cleaned the graves, grave after grave. We would clean the grave of our grandmother Mangubane and sing the song she used to sing in the Methodist church. And then when we are finished, we moved to the next grave and cleaned that one and moved to the next one. Now, this one, she was the darkest member of our family. Hi, we clean. And then you go to the next one. And here lies your naughty, naughty brother. And we remove the weeds. And my father keeps calling him naughty. I said, Baba, what did our father do, our brother do that made him so naughty? He was always sick. We are happy. A king Edward. We are boy. A king Edward in English is called a King Edward Hospital. And then he would go to King Edward Hospital and come back. And then one night he came back. He was looking strong. His skin was shining, and he was just singing non-stop. And we were so happy that he even wanted to sing. Siya hambatina, siya ezulwini, uyosala wena. Othandizono, siya hambatina, siya ezulwini, uyosala wena. Othandizono, siya hambatina, siya ezulwini, uyosala wena. Othandizono. We cleaned his grave. I said, Baba, and then he sang late into the night. Finally, he fell asleep. We were relieved. We went to sleep. But in the next morning, we woke up, looked at him. He died in the night. Naughty, naughty brother of yours, this one. We moved to the next grave. Every grave we were cleaning, it did not feel to me like we were cleaning graves. It felt like we were looking at a family album. I could see their faces. I could hear their voices. I could hear the jokes they used to tell as my father narrated. And I heard all of this and I thought, wow, what an experience. I am so glad I am home. And I listened to all of this. When we had a pile of rubbish, Mama came from the house. Petty tray with some tea, and I'ma eat some more biscuits. Put them down and said, you have unearthed the whole town here. She praised us. We all sat down on the grass. We felt wonderful that we had achieved something. And as we sat there, I was so grateful to have learned about this history. And we did it several times over the years with my father until there was this recurring name, somebody called Nozincwadi, mother of books. And this Nozincwadi could not read, she could not write, and apparently she collected anything with words on it, put them in a suitcase. She insisted one day, these voices will speak to me. Sadly, she died without ever learning to read and write. But when I heard that story, I got excited. My mouth was watering. I said, Baba, where is the suitcase? I could imagine if I could open that suitcase and see what she collected. Because apparently she collected Ilanga Lase Natala, an old Bible, an old school book, all kinds of things. And my father said, Nocturne, I have no idea what happened to that suitcase. I was furious because I think my family should have gone to a Sangoma. Sangoma would have told them that unto this family a mad child will be born and she will love books. If they didn't go to a Sangoma, they should have had a premonition. For 3 days and 3 nights, I could hardly sleep. I could hardly enjoy my food because I was furious. Until Saturday morning, I woke up. I thought, I can wake up the suitcase. I can wake it up. I shook Baba Quiz. Baba Quiz, Lalen, I think I'm going to wake up the suitcase. Having been married to me all those years, he said, I think you will. And he went back to sleep. Luckily, we found offices in Braamfontein. And we started calling on all kinds of people, publishing houses, all kinds of people who could assist us. And we just went on and on. MTN. MTN, everywhere we go, we must read. And we set up office. We designed a logo. A logo was a typical idea. It was my profile with a stack of books on my head because that's how African women carry heavy loads. We carry them on our heads. So that's how Nozincwadi literacy campaign started. And we decided we're going to go from province to province. And in my cleverity, I thought we can do this thing for a whole 12 months. What can you do in 12 months? But I thought I was clever, and I told everybody we're going to do it for 12 months, and it just kept on going. 18 months, 2 years, 3 years. Now we're in 2025. We continue with Nozincwadi, mother of books. And now, I cannot tell you how many schools we've been to, how many libraries we've renovated, how many areas in different provinces. That's how I know the map of my country, according to what school is in that area, whether Umbu, whether it is a Harding, whether it is a Kwamhlabi-Alingana, whether it's Nongoma or Pongolo, whether we are talking Kimberley, whether we are talking Putadi Chaba, whether different parts of South Africa, and I am grateful that we've been able to do that. When people ask, thank you. When people ask, what do you do? Always there will be two things that they will be there until the day I die. I'll always be a writer and I'll always be a storyteller. That will never change. But this work that has to do with connecting with different communities and telling stories and promoting books and bringing books to young people, to the hands that sometimes can never have a book in their home unless it's a set work at school. Bringing those books, not only in English, but in mother tongues. Because I celebrate African languages. We want to make sure that children get books in Sesotho, in Setswana, in Tshivenda, in Xhosa. All of these languages. Recently, we've been criticized. Mamgcina, not one of your books was translated into Silobedu. Never occurred to me. I said, okay, I take the blame. We're going to do better next time. And then we started having some of my books come out in Braille. And then after that, we decided I've got to start doing sign language videos. I started with the book of Nozincwadi, and now I must do more and more of my books. And this is the thing I'm coming to about telling the story of how Nozincwadi started. I'm talking about when you meet somebody and you hear what work they do, you think, that's my tribe. We can work together because they are telling a story. They are telling you how this was inspired and who added what to. And when you see that recipe, how that meal came together and how they decided they wanted to share that meal in the community where they are. Sometimes it looks like something so small, but it's okay to feel like you're doing something small because somebody else does something small and small and small, and we make a difference because we are nation builders. Other people, when they see us on television, those who've seen us on television and those who recognize my voice because of the radio, they come up with these words like, it's celebrity. I don't have time to be a celebrity because I'm a nation builder. I've got work to do in my country. I could live in other countries, yes. I'm in that place in my career where I can live in another country, but I cannot live in another country. Who's going to do the work that I'm supposed to do now in my country? It's that thing of being patriotic, of knowing that you have to do something. And that is why Nozincwadi continues. And she's long dead. She's lying in her grave. She's operating from beyond the grave. And here I am. I'm the medium. And many, many other creative arts people have been on the journey with me. Let me share another story. A woman I know, and she's from a place called Wanjobogazi. I tried to work it out in my map, in my mind, until they explained to me where it was. And she came and told us, Mamgcina, in the area where I am, I would wake up early in the morning to go to work. She's a teacher. Go to work. And I would see many children who have to wake up very early after they've done their grade 7. Because there's no secondary school, there's no high school, Wanjobogazi, at all. And they would walk so early in the dark, they'd come back late in the afternoon. And I was thinking, man, someone has to do something about this. And every year this continues. Someone has to do something about this. And it just continued like this. And one day she said, you know, Mamgcina, I was combing my hair, getting ready to work, looking at myself in the mirror. And I repeated, these children, they are in danger. There's so much rape, so much child abuse. And what someone has to do something about. And then she stopped and she looked in the mirror. Looked like someone was looking at her in the mirror. She became that someone. She started working with different people, talking to the chiefs. That's a long journey, talking to the chiefs for the land. I want to do something for the community. And eventually, she found people who were prepared to assist her buy the land, to assist the community. And once this school was rising, it was growing, the important people in the village were just irritated by her. Women these days, they think they can just turn the world around. I don't know what's wrong. It's Mandela who started this whole thing. It's Mandela. Women, suka. And they always complained about her being a woman. But she plowed on. She continued. And then I started hearing members of other sister organizations telling me about it. And then I heard the name of this school, the secondary school she was building. It was called Uminati. God is standing with us. Uminati. I thought, that's a name. That's powerful. And I remember hearing about the official opening. And I called friends and colleagues, dancers, singers, storytellers, and poets. I said, Asambin. There are many people that are going to support this young lady, but we are going as well. So 7 cars. We drive. There's a convoy of artists going to Uminati Secondary School. And we drove and we got there. What a beautiful building. What a joyous feeling. We found these young people who are going to be part of Uminati Secondary School. And this principal, she was now the principal at this school. She was standing there so polite, so nice, like she's somebody's PA or somebody's Joyluz or Tatama notes at a meeting. Nix, she's the principal. We arrived there. We went berserk. We were so excited. We started shouting and ululating and going mad. By the time we settled down, the chief arrived. Oh, everybody had to panic. And then the chief sat down, and then the panicking continued. What are they going to do? They need to bring him something. No. What about the children? What about the woman whose dream it was? What about the fact that this has happened? But we thought, please give the chief all the drinks or whatever he needs now so that we can focus on celebrating. Some of us are natural-born celebrators. So we had a fabulous time. And every single time I hear that name, Uminati, I remember a woman who keeps on saying somebody has to do something about this, until she stood and looked at herself in the mirror, and that somebody was looking at her. And every time I share that story, and every time I imagine her telling somebody that story of how the story came to be, I feel good. Because it is about us telling the stories of what seed was planted in order for that to happen. One of our sister organizations up on the North Coast, I'm so happy, I'm so proud. I wish I could shout about them on television every week if I could. They've got the first ever dive center run by black women in South Africa.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And then they've got 10 top globally recognized, certificated deep sea diving instructors. Female, thank you very much. Hey, Mandela, problem, Mandela, man. We blame it all on Mandela. These women have got too much confidence. But how did that happen? No, well, he was irritated by the fact that there's this whole thing, save the rhino all over the place. There's so much money with the save the rhino. Let's save the rhino, please. But what about hungry people? What about children? What about mothers? What about fathers who are struggling to make ends meet? Can we just put a balance there? And then he started realizing that who owns the game reserves? Not our people. Who owns this whole campaign of saving the rhino? Not our people. And who owns the money that inspires and propels people to kill the rhinos in order to get a bit of money before the horns go to China? Let's tell our stories, he said. We need to have Africa refocused. And then they formed when they formed it, I remember being called. They say, Mama, we need you to come and open at the official launch of the Congress. Huh? What am I launching exactly? So I went and they told me what they were planning and they brought young people and they taught them how to use the camera, how to use sound, how to do editing and all of that. Once I got all of that information and the official launch happened, you should have seen me walking up there, nothing self-raising. I walked, I was so proud because I'm a mother hen. It's a natural thing. I feel so good when young people do good things. And so that first ever official launch of the Youth Congress, 6 years later, I'm part and parcel of this journey because I care about our environment. You know, when people talk about the environment like it's an idea that is imported from other countries, that we must care about Mother Nature, that we must care about our rivers, about our animals, our birds, I want to say to them, oh yeah, yes, in Africa. Siyasi thanda isizwe sethu yebo uyaya singama Africa simunye nendalo uyaya singama Africa simunye nendalo uyaya singama Africa simunye nendalo. We as Africans, we have been one with nature, whether it had to do with building our houses with mud, whether it had to do with using rocks or using thatch grass, it had to do with the way we used the skin or the animal. Everything was used for a purpose. When you look at all of the different types of work we did, it said once and for all that we are one with nature. And I felt, I love this work that is being done. To date, there are so many films made by young people telling their stories about, you know, the pangolin, right? Should I tell you the Zulu word for a pangolin? Inkaka. So when somebody is a champion, is doing wonderful things, they're just unstoppable. We look at you and say, hey, winkaka. And other people don't know what is inkaka. They think it's just a nice word. It sounds good because of the way African people say some words. Inkaka. You think, oh, I should imitate that. A pangolin. What a powerful animal. People are making films about pangolin. African people are making films about underwater life. There's a young man from Langa Township who couldn't swim to save his life, and he learned to dive. He says, every day I was panicking. I'm never going to see my mother again. What was I doing here? Eventually, he says, you had to start breathing with the ocean. Let the ocean tell you how to breathe. Tell the ocean how you feel and why you're here. And eventually, he started looking at the magic down there. Magic that his parents and grandparents have never even dreamt of. And then they got the cameras and they started making films about all that is under the water that they could see. And people are making stories about bees and honey. Namhlope is happy because she's addicted to honey, you know. And so you hear all of these are all young people from my country, from my continent, from Malawi, from Senegal, from Cameroon, from Tanzania, from Madagascar, from Reunion Islands, from Mozambique, from all over. I feel so good every time I arrive and I watch these different films. When you say, tell your story, he doesn't need to tell the story anymore because these stories that have been told are just multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. And when people ask me as a storyteller, why do you tell stories, God? Why? I tell them, the reason why I tell stories is because I want to wake up stories in other people. If I can do that, I say it's mission accomplished. Because every living being has got a story to tell. When iZinga comes here and says to us, let's find a way, propel this ship that is about nation building. We propel this ship with the kind of oil that's called story after story after story, and we want to tell it good. When we tell that story, we want to make sure that we wake up stories in other people. And somebody who thought of doing something, who wanted to do an NGO, who said, hey, what will people say? Because sometimes we worry about people who will shoot us down. People who say, whatever you are trying won't work. Where will money come from? Because there's an important question as well. Sometimes money comes because the work has started. Sometimes you sharing with somebody what you are doing, what journey you hope to travel on. They say, Haibo, ashambisane. Let's travel together. and then somebody wants to travel with you. It's all in the story. When we tell those stories and let them multiply and multiply, we have to tell them good. We need to we make sure that there's a passion in the way we're telling the stories. And I'm not talking about talking loud. I'm not talking about getting on a stage. I'm not talking about telling a story with a smooth English or whatever language. Tell your story from your heart. Because when you tell it from your heart, and you can answer the question why, it's one of the most unanswerable questions for many people. The question why you are doing what you're doing. Once you know how to answer why, then the story pours out of you. When you know how to answer why, there's something that gives you new energy. Amandla amasha. You are re-inspired, re-energized. And I look at the stories that we hear sometimes of organizations that started, that did well, and then the light went out. You think, what happened? What happened? Sometimes it happens because the person who had the vision, who had the dream, was no longer there. Sometimes we don't pass on the baton while we still can. And we've got that responsibility to pass on the baton while we still can. And to see in others what is possible. There's an expression that says, inkunzi isematholeni. The most powerful bull can be identified in the young calf. So, when we say inkunzi isematholeni, let's meet here, let's network, let's share stories, but let's continue looking for those who can come and be next to us, who can be on the journey with us, and those who might have the same passion. Maybe they're going to work it in a different way because there are no two people who can do things exactly the same way. And it's all right, because sometimes people doing something differently can be quite revolutionary. And that's fine, because you didn't know how to do it the way I did it. But you thought, yeah, you know what? My way can also work, because we're still on that journey of making that difference. I look at people who are worried about being surpassed by a younger person. Now, when you are scared of young people, what's going to happen in the future? Why are you scared of younger people? Bring them in, share the knowledge as much as you can, because that intergenerational dialogue and connection means that the dream will live long after you've gone. And when we are passing on all of that information, this story will be told, and it will keep growing and growing and growing. And one day people are going to say, I was in Cape Town. They were launching iZinga. And so was there. And so. Uban Manjelo. Who's that? They don't even remember those names that were there today. Oh, Derek Bani. Oh, Derek Lubani. Yamkumbula Lubani, yeah. Oh, he's from Chatsworth. Yeah, he's from Chatsworth. Derek Lubani. They don't know these names, but the story is there. The life of what they created is there. And they watch, and sometimes you bring videos and show, Haibo, we are ngampela. And they look at the names, they've never seen those names, they've never heard those names. But whose responsibility is it for those names to be remembered? It is our responsibility. So that when we pass on the baton, we let people remember who started it before I came. Before I go, you take over and continue and keep saying, this journey has been, this ship has been going on since so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. And it goes back to what I did at the beginning, is Tagazelo, family or clan names. When we say those clan names, it has to do with who we are, where we come from. Abantu bezizwe, mabekubuza ukuthi ubani uyothula uthini na. You will not keep quiet because you know where this organization comes from. I want to look at how many organizations here work with children. Can I see hands?
Well.
I'm children. Look at that. We love the VIPs, don't we? If we don't care about children of our country, of our nation, of our continent, of the world, something is wrong with us. And for me, when I'm exhausted, because I do get tired, and somehow it's unwake-upable in the morning, and I know I've got a lot of work, I know my diary said I must get out of bed, so I have to repeat my mantra over and over and over again. I say to myself, until we see a brighter future in our children's eyes. Not much of what we do today has any value. I kick the blanket, I go to shower, I repeat, until we see a brighter future in our children's eyes. Not much of what we do today has any value. I go out to make a cup of tea, I repeat to myself, singaliboni kusasa eliqhakazile emehlweni ey'ngane zethu, okuningi esikwenza namuhla kuyizeleze. By the time I step out, who said anything about tired? Mina, tired. So sometimes you need to have a mantra. Sometimes you need to have a motto. Sometimes that mission statement must not be forgotten. It must not go out only when you're writing proposals and you don't remember it. It's part of your story. Sure. Repeat that. And when we at Gcinamasiko say touch the past, feel the future, we keep repeating it because many people who come into our contact, some of them are retired professors. Some of them are retired lawyers and all kinds of people. Some of them are just ordinary South Africans who've done ordinary jobs, but they've done extraordinary things. And then we get the very old and the very young. And then when they come together and we tell stories under the storytelling tree at the Bluff Showgrounds, we share stories in different languages and we say, touch the past, feel the future. And you say it in isiZulu, it becomes revolutionary now. Listen to this. Zazi imvelaphi yakho uhlomele ikusasa changes everything. In English, we say, touch the past, feel the future. But when we say it in isiZulu, we say, know where you come from and be armed for your tomorrow. Be armed for your tomorrow. So that's really calling you to get going. Pick up your arms. What have you got in your skill set? What are you bringing on this journey? Now, there are things we don't know how to do. Ne? Should I tell you my weakness? Yeah. Don't tell everybody, ne? This is just amongst us. Ne? I'm just telling you because I trust you, you're nice people. She's got a problem with money speak. She does not understand this. I don't know how people understand money. Ne? But because I don't have money speak, I harness the skills of those who do. Because I don't have money speak. I've tried, it's difficult, I don't know, and they make it look so easy. It's like people who understand mathematics, how X has to get married to Y, and then, but apparently mathematics calls for them to get married. But when you've got a weakness, call on skills from people who've got that skill so that you work together. You don't hoard all the power. You said, I'm going to do everything. You can't do everything. Why would God create a woman who can do everything? I mean, really, you think God has got time to waste creating people who've got everything, who know everything? So I love the fact that we can bring people together who can do different things. And once we do that, that's what is called an army, right? Yeah, and we are fighting and we are nation building and we want to make a better tomorrow because things that are happening in our country, in our continent, in the world right now don't make any sense. It's like there's a serious anemia when it comes to leadership. Serious anemia. So where will the leadership come from? Leadership of the future? It will come from in the young calves. And you know that as much as I do. And so let's work towards telling those stories and making sure that they don't die. Making sure that we collaborate with sister organizations because we like to work alone. And hello, City Press over here. Newsroom Africa over here. So, they must come and look at me. And I'm thinking, you can't be everything to everybody. And in different provinces, because often there's less money. So you do what you do in your area, but celebrate what people are doing in other areas as well. But don't repeat what has been done already. Don't reinvent the wheel as well. So telling that story doesn't mean that because when you've got a louder voice, then nobody else has done anything. Other people are doing work all over. See them. And if you can bring them in to share with you what they are doing, whether they are working in the Northwest Province, whether they are working in Mpumalanga, bring them together, share, or travel to go and see how they are doing things. It's extremely important then for us to embrace one another, to make, the end goal is to make sure that we see that brighter future in our children's eyes. And if I call on the words of an amazing man before I get out of here, some people have just got a way of putting things. Khalil Gibran, nothing. A job well done is love made visible.
Yeah.
How awesome is that? A job well done is love made visible. Go out there and do that job. Make that difference, and it will be that love made visible. For a long time, people will remember what you have done. Igalelo, we call it in my mother tongue. Igalelo lako. That galelo will be remembered for many years and decades to come. I celebrate each and every one of you. I celebrate each and every one of you. I celebrate 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 you. Let the star of iZinga inspire us to tell our stories and tell them good. Siyabonga. 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 Hey, siyabonga. Hey, good. Siyabonga.